Nes i ni yma yn Llandudno, yn Fenyw Cymru, ar gyfer cyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Croeso cynnes i chi os dych chi... Nes i ni yma yn Llandudno, yn Fenyw Cymru, ar gyfer cyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Croeso cynnes i chi os dych chi... Iawn, chydig bach o ddatblygiadau technegol, gobeithio bod chi'n clywed yn iawn rwan. Mae gennym ni raglen lawn yn unol ar arfer, ac os ydych chi yma efo ni yn Fenyw Cymru, croeso cynnes i chi os ydych chi'n ymuno â ni ar-lein, yr un modd, croeso cynnes i chi wylio ein cyfarfod, a dwi'n gwybod bod rhai ohonych chi yn gwylio y recordiad, felly gobeithio bydd rhywbeth o ddiddordeb i chi wrth i chi wylio ein cyfarfod ni heddiw. Yr eitem gyntaf sydd gennym ni ydy ymddiheuriadau ac absenoldebau. Mae gennym ni dipyn o ymddiheuriadau a dyn ni'n diolchgar i'r sawl sydd wedi ymddiheurio. Dwi eisiau croesawu un neu ddau o bobl, neu un neu ddwy yn yr achos yma. Dwi eisiau croesawu Clara sydd ddim eto wedi dechrau yn ei swydd fel prif swyddog meddygol, ond mae'n frwdfrydig iawn a mae yma yn y gynulleidfa yn gwylio oddi yma efo ni ddoe mewn sesiwn, felly bydd Clara yn cychwyn ar y swydd yn mis Medi, ac do'n ni'n croesawu hi yn gynnes iawn ato ni yn edrych ymlaen at cael cydweithio, felly croeso cynnes Clara. Hefyd do'n ni'n croesawu Harriet sydd yn ymuno â'r tîm PAM ac yn swyddog ar ochr llywodraethiant wedi cael ei phenodi yn ddiweddar, dwi'n meddwl. Felly croeso cynnes Harriet, diolch am ddod ato ni heddiw. Ond un person sydd dwi ddim yn croesawu ond yn ffarwelio â hi heddiw ydy Karen. Ac dwi wedi crybwyll hynny yn y droddiad sydd gen i'r bwrdd. Mae Karen Balmer fan hyn wedi bod efo ni ers Mawrth 2023, dwi'n meddwl. Un o'r 4 ohonon ni ddoth gafodd ein penodi gan y Llywodraeth, a mae Karen yn gadael ac yn canolbwyntio ar llwyth gwaith sydd gen hi yn ei swydd o ddydd i ddydd, sydd yn llwyth gwaith sylweddol. Felly, eisiau jyst deud diolch i Karen am ei chyfraniad sylweddol i'r bwrdd reit o'r dechrau'r bwrdd newydd yma, ac dymuniadau gorau ar gyfer y dyfodol, Karen. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, os gwelwch yn dda, sef eitem 1.2, datganiadau o fuddiant. Unrhyw un efo unrhyw ddatganiad o fuddiant, os gwelwch yn dda. Nag oes? Iawn, ymlaen at eitem 1.3, y cofnodion y cyfarfod blaenorol, ac wrth gwrs cyfarfod, mae yna 2 gyfarfod wedi bod mis Mai a mis Mehefin. Un mis Mehefin wrth gwrs oedd adroddiad blynyddol ar cyfrifon. Di pawb yn hapus i ni gymeradwyo y cofnodion yna, sgwelwch yn dda. Iawn, diolch yn iawn. Ac yna y camau gweithredu, eitem nesaf 1.4. Pawb yn hapus? Na i ddod at Gareth mewn munud, just checkio bod pawb yn hapus i dderbyn, ac yna mae yna sylwadau gan Rhian ac yna Gareth. Rhian gyntaf.
Dim ond sylw bach, dwi'n sylwi bod nifer o bethau yn cael ei ailfeirio at y pwyllgorau, a jyst gofyn os modd i canlyniad, neu beth bynnag, ddod yn ôl at y bwrdd cyfan.
Ie. Diolch yn iawn. Fe wnawn ni hynny drwy adroddiad cadeirydd pwyllgor, gobeithio bydd hynny yn cadw trac ar y materion yna. Gareth.
Okay, I just wanted to say on 2594 on the minutes, unfortunately PFIG wasn't able to consider the response to the MAG recommendations at its last meeting because of staff sickness,
Right.
because we had made the point that we would invite everybody to the, I mean, you're all invited to the committee anyway, all the members of the board, but I just wanted to report that we haven't done that, but we will be doing it at the next meeting, which is at the end of August.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna? Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf 1.5 sydd yn eitem rheolaidd i ni wrth gwrs eitem profiad a tro hwn mae gennym ni eitem gan rywun sydd wedi bod yn derbyn gwasanaeth ac yn wir wedi bod yn gweithio yn y bwrdd iechyd sef John, felly dyn ni am glywed am stori John a dwi am droi at Angela i gyflwyno'r eitem yma, os gwelwch yn dda. Angela.
Diolch. So as the chair's identified, this is a gentleman who is 100 years old, who is an ex Royal Air Force veteran and has been cared for within our services. He's also a psychiatric mental health nurse by background, and he wanted to share his story about the care he had and for us to raise awareness of our POPI programme for veteran identification. So if I video. Thank you.
Well, originally I was called up in January 43, but I had my appendix out, followed by scarlet fever. So it was delayed, and I didn't actually join up in Cardington on the 8th of October 1943. I left Singapore in 47, arrived in Southampton in July, I think, 47. I was a FME, flight mechanic agent, not much of a mechanical. I was called up to Cardington and then I moved up to Skegness, and I was billeted in the house up there. I went overseas and I arrived in Mumbai on the 1st of August, 45. I went up to a psychiatric hospital to become a mental nurse. I was 3 years, 33 years, I think. Worked on the ward for more, till I retired. And then I went to a central clinic. Well, I just enjoyed the work, and working with colleagues. Yeah, I was a member of the RAF Association, and there was a branch of that in Denby. I was fortunate, as I say, I had good friends, and we'd been together, travelled together all the time, we had postings together. I had one in particular from Bradford. Yeah, he was a good friend. Yeah, well, I enjoyed it, and as I said, I was lucky to have good colleagues. We travelled mostly together. I've got one at home, yeah. I think I've got a ribbon, with the 1935, 39-45, and another period. Well, I fell on the floor at home, and then I was transferred to hospital there. May have had a slight fracture of the left ankle. Doesn't bother me, but well, I never thought of it really. Excellent, yeah. Well, very attentive and careful, professional. Lovely, yeah, everybody's very nice here, yeah. I think there's plans for me. I don't know if I will be transferred to the infirmary or that actually to my home.
Yeah, I think it was a real good opportunity to share a story of a health colleague and a veteran, and the care that he received in Dunwell. I've been on numerous occasions, and the atmosphere is very conducive to the re-enablement that happens. And at the last I heard after the story, he was doing well.
Yeah, good. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw? Sa'n neud trwy Chris yn gyntaf fel pencampwr yn y maes yma, Chris?
Thanks, Chair. I think just to take the opportunity as the board champion for veterans, just to draw attention to the very good work that's been done by Zoe Roberts et al. To further the interest both of veterans in the community, but those service members as well that live in the community and work for the health board. There's an awful lot, and the storyteller made reference to the POPI process to be able to identify service users who have particular needs. And I think that the aim of this, as we want with everyone, is for them not to be disadvantaged by their particular circumstances. And we are signatories to the Armed Forces Covenant, and we do try as a health board to make sure that people are in the best possible position to ensure that they receive the health care they need and the service they need in a way that isn't lesser than anyone else just by virtue of the role they've chosen or indeed what they did earlier on in their lives. So great to see this being brought to board and having a platform to show what Zoe and the rest of the team are doing. I know we had some quite involved celebrations a couple of weeks ago for Armed Forces Week, which was brilliant to see. And I was certainly surprised the number of active service members that are involved in the health board. They lurk in every nook and cranny, so they really are all of us and a part of us. So great to see that we're doing that to help them.
Diolch yn fawr, Chris. Rwy'n arall efo cwestiwn y sylw. Os nag oes, gawn ni ddiolch mawr iawn i bawb sydd wedi paratoi yr eitem yna, ac diolch wrth gwrs i John am bod mor barod i siarad. Ac dyn ni'n dymuno o'n dda iddo fo, ac yn siŵr nawn ni glywed rhagor am ei hanes o. Mae gynno fo dipyn o stori i ddweud yn does, ydy gwir. Yn ei faes, so felly diolchgar iawn am hynny. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad gan ddiolch, felly diolch fawr iawn. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, mae gennym ni adroddiadau gen i cadeirydd, wedyn prif weithredwr, wedyn is-gadeirydd yn gyntaf. Adroddiad gen i, mae'n adroddiad yn eich pecyn chi gyda'r papurau wrth gwrs. Dwi eisiau tynnu sylw at un o ddau o bethau. Oeddwn ni'n falch iawn o allu croesawu Phyllis ato ni fel aelod sydd wedi dod ato ni fel rhan o'r rhaglen a llywodraeth i ni ychwanegu cyfle i bobl gyfrannu at fyrddau. Felly mae Phyllis wedi bod i'n cyfarfod bwrdd yn barod a mae yma heddiw a mae am bod yn rhan o'n gweithgaredda ni yn ystod y flwyddyn sydd yn dod, y flwyddyn nesaf. Felly, yn falch iawn bod Phyllis wedi ymroi i'r gwaith yn barod. Dwi wedi crybwyll yn yr adroddiad materion ymwneud â'r llywodraeth a'r ysgrifennydd cabinet a wedi tanlinellu yr hyn dyn ni gyd yn ymwybodol, sef yr hyn mae Llywodraeth yn weddus i ni gyflawni yn ystod y flwyddyn diwetha. Mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet wedi cyfeirio sawl gwaith, dwi'n credu, at ei uchelgais, at ei ddymuniad o i ni fel byrdde iechyd a'r system iechyd y lles i gyflawni er bydd y bobl dyn ni'n gwasanaethu. Ac mewn llythyr ddiweddar, mae wedi crynhoi pob dim. Dwi wedi rhoi y ddolen yn yr adroddiad i bawb gael gweld beth ydy blaenoriaethau yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet a'r Llywodraeth. Rwan, wrth i chi ddarllen trwy'r gohebiaeth yna, fe newch chi sylwi, dwi'n meddwl bod ein blaenoriaethau ni yn cyd-fynd gyda blaenoriaethau y Llywodraeth a'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Felly mae yna dir gyffredin, a dyn ni wedi ceisio cwmpasu blaenoriaethau yna yn ein cynllunio ni, yn ein cynllun blynyddol, yn yr cynllun fwy tymor hir hefyd. Un peth dwi eisiau tynnu sylw ato fo, sef pwyslais yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet a'r Llywodraeth ar gyflawni mwy yn y maes gofal sylfaen a chymunedol. Felly, mae'n rhywbeth dyn ni wedi trafod gryn dipyn fel bwrdd, a rhai aelodau wedi bod yn sôn am y cyfle sydd yna i ni wneud mwy yn y maes cymunedol a gofal sylfaen. Ac mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet gyda'r un pwyslais. Felly, hawdd i ni ddweud, dim bach yn oddach i gyflawni, ond mae rhaid i ni symud i'r cyfeiriad yna ac mae rhaid ni wneud hynny mewn ffordd sy'n mynd i wneud gwahaniaeth go iawn i bobl. Dyn ni'n gwybod bod yr ateb i wella iechyd y lles yn gorwedd yn y gymuned ddim mewn ysbyty o reidrwydd. Felly, dwi'n edrych ymlaen at ymateb i'r her yna. Dyna be ydi o, dwi'n meddwl, i ni fel bwrdd, mae'n her i ni ymateb iddo fo mewn ffordd gadarnhaol ac mewn ffordd bendant a chlir gyda deilliannau gallwn ni weld. Felly, o'n i'n meddwl oedd hynny'n ohebiaeth pwysig gan yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yn byr iawn, dau beth arall dwi eisiau tynnu sylw atyn nhw sydd wedi digwydd tu allan i prif ffrwd, os liciwch chi. Un y cyfle ges i fynd i gyngerdd gan gŵr gymharol newydd y sefydlwyd yn ysbyty Wrecsam Meilor yn bennaf, ac oedd yn wych i weld y côr yma yn perfformio ac yn gyfle i bobl sy'n gweithio yn y gwasanaeth iechyd yn y Gogledd Ddwyrain yn gallu dod ynghyd yn wythnosol. Ac o sgwrsio gyda'r aelodau, oeddwn ni'n sicr yn clywed pa mor werthfawrogol oedden nhw o'r cyfle i wneud hynny ac i ddianc o brysurdeb a pwysau gwaith i wneud rhywbeth mor wahanol a gallu ymlacio a gallu ymwneud ag eraill mewn ffordd sydd ddim yn trafod gwaith. Mae tuedd gennym ni yn does hyd yn oed pan dyn ni'n cymdeithasu, dyn ni'n trafod gwaith yn aml, ond mae cerddoriaeth yn fodd i ddianc o hynny, os gael fentro ddeud, ac oedd yn wych iawn. A dwi'n gwybod os dylen ni annog sefydlu corau eraill yn y bwrdd iechyd, neu weithgareddau sydd yn mynd i roi cyfle i bobl ymlacio a chymdeithasu. A rhywbeth i ystyried, dwi'n meddwl. Dwi wedi clywed rhyw sôn bod yna rhai o gwmpas ysbyty Gwynedd falle yn awyddus i wneud, ond mae angen gwthio'r cwch i'r dŵr. Felly, os ydy rhywun yn awyddus, dwi'n siŵr byddwn ni'n barod i'w cefnogi nhw. Ac yn ola, wythnos dwytha, dwi'n credu es i seremoni raddio Project Search, a dwi wedi cael y cyfle i fynychu y seremoni yma o'r blaen ac wedi mwynhau yn arw. A'r rheswm dwi wedi mwynhau ydy oherwydd pobl ifanc a gweld sut mae pobl ifanc wedi datblygu, wedi cael eu cefnogi, pobl ifanc sydd angen y cefnogaeth ychwanegol yna, ond yn dangos sut mae cydweithio wedi digwydd. Oeddwn ni yn yr wythgrig wythnos diwetha'r cydweithio rhwng ni fel bwr iechyd a'r cyngor sir Flint, wych iawn iawn. Ag pan oeddwn ni yn coleg Menai, rai wythnos yn ôl, oedd y cydweithio yna rhwng ni fel bwr iechyd a coleg Menai Llandrillo, ac mae yna partneriaid eraill hefyd. Mae rhaglen arbennig o dda, a dwi isio i ni fel bwrdd ystyried oes modd i ni gefnogi prosiect mewn ffordd ymarferol mwy hir dymor. Dwi am osod y cwestiwn yna i ni heddiw, a dwi eisiau gweld os oes modd i ni ddilyn hynny fyny. Oherwydd yr hyn sy'n digwydd ydy mae pobl ifanc yn cael yr hyfforddiant, maen nhw'n graddio, wedyn maen nhw'n chwilio am waith neu prentisiaeth neu rhywbeth dros dro yn aml. A dwi'n yn grediniol bod na rôl i ni fel y cyflogwr mwyaf yma yn y gogledd i gefnogi pobl ifanc i sicrhau bod na gyfle iddyn nhw. Os nad ydyn ni'n wneud fel y prif gyflogwr yma yn y gogledd, pwy arall sy'n am wneud. Felly dwi eisiau gosod y cwestiwn yna heddiw, dwi'n wedi sgwel ateb, ond dwi eisiau gosod y cwestiwn bod mae yna gyfle i ni, dwi'n meddwl, cefnogi pobl ifanc i sicrhau bod gen nhw gyfle i gael gyrfa yma rhywle yn y gogledd, wedi iddyn nhw dderbyn yr hyfforddiant a'r cefnogaeth yna. Dwi'n gwybod bod materion ariannol bob amser yn ein meddyliau ni, ond dwi'n meddwl hefyd bod yna gyfle fan hyn i ni wneud gwahaniaeth. Felly, jyst gofyn y cwestiwn i weld os allan ni gyflawni mwy a chefnogi y pobl ifanc yma sydd yn dod trwyddo yn flynyddol gyda llaw. Felly, gyda hynny, na i ddod i stop hapus i ateb unrhyw gwestiwn neu dderbyn unrhyw sylw ar y droddiad yna. Dwi'n gweld mae'r efo sylw i wneud, wrtha gyntaf.
Diolch yn fawr. Jyst rhywbeth bach efo chorau. Mae nhw yn really bwysig, o'n i'n gweithio efo un yn y sector trydydd. Ac mae'n gwneud mwy na cymdeithasu. Mae'n cael effaith onfawr i wella bobl efo iechyd meddwl. Ond hefyd yn corfforol, cos ti'n anadlu yn dyffyn. Ond hynny yn wir i pobl teimlo'n well a cael effaith ar ei iechyd nhw yn corfforol hefyd. So just rhywbeth bach, o'n i eisiau just...
Cytuno 100%. Gareth?
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to echo what you said about young people and the project, that because I had the opportunity to visit the other one of the other graduations because you were on holiday, which I know is a very rare occurrence. But it was absolutely joyous, and particularly meeting the young people, but their parent or parent who, was so positive about the fact we had given their children opportunity that they hadn't really managed to have in the school system. So, it was really positive, and I would like to commend the work that, our colleagues who deal with that programme and deal
agreed.
So
It's absolutely fantastic, and it's a pleasure to see the way some of the young people have progressed through that programme. So, really good. Dyfed?
Just yn sydyn ar y pwynt yna, dwi'n meddwl bod yn rhywbeth yn sicr pwyllgor pobl a diwylliant yn rhywbeth all edrych ar hwn a gweld sut mae hwn yn mynd i gael ei yrru mlaen. Mae yna wr ifanc arbennig iawn yn Ysbyty Gwynedd sydd wedi graddio o'r cynllun yma. Mae o'n gwirfoddoli ar y desg ffrynt yna, wr'n enw'r hodri, a os gewch chi pleser o'i gyfarfod o, mae o yn ymgorffori beth sy'n bwysig a beth sy'n dod allan o'r cynllun yma, a sut allwn ni gefnogi ymhellach wedyn fel bwrdd.
Wel, diolch am yr ymateb yna, ac fel cadeirydd y pwyllgor pobl a diwylliant, felly oes modd jyst edrych ar, falle gweld be mae'r rhaglen gyflawni i bobl ddeall hynny, ac wedyn ystyried Os na rhywbeth arall gallwn ni wneud i gefnogi'r gwaith ymhellach. Dwi'n deall, does na ddim ffôn hyd oherwydd y sefyllfa ariannol, dwi'n deall hynny'n llawn. Ond mae'n werth edrych, dwi'n meddwl, i weld pa bethau ymarferol gallwn ni wneud i gefnogi'r pobl ifanc fel y prif gyflogwr yma, a fel cyflogwr sef o iechyd a lles yn ganolog i'n gweithgaredda ni, wrth gwrs, felly. Diolch am ymwneud â hynny. Bon.
Jyst i'r ychwanegu, dwi'n meddwl i feddwl am fel yr ail gyflogwr ar draws y coper i'r llywodraeth. Yr awdurdodau lleol. Ie. Mel dwi, dach chi'n meddwl, mae'n o beth da ni'n alw'n transferable skills.
Ydy.
Ac illa dos na ddim modd i'r awdurdodau lleol cael project fel sydd yn y bwrdd iechyd, ond cyfleoedd i'r bobl ifanc wedyn symud drosodd i weithio awdurdodau lleol illa.
Ie. Pwynt da iawn.
Adeiladu perthnas.
Ie. A mae yna gyfle i weithio mewn partneriaeth yn sicr. Ie. Rhywbeth i ystyried, felly, diolch yn iawn. Rhywun arall am sylw ni gwestiwn y droddiad yna. Mae'n droddiad gwybodaeth. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y droddiad. Diolch yn iawn i chi. Ymlaen at y droddiad nesaf, dwi'n troi at Carol tro hwn ar gyfer y droddiad Prif Weithredwr eitem 1.7. Diolch yn iawn, Carol.
Bore da pawb, Carol Shilby dwi. Morning all, thanks very much for the slot as usual on my report. There's quite a bit to cover, so I hope the report was helpful. The first thing just to draw attention to is the announcement that Welsh Government Cabinet Secretary made around the assessment of maternity and neonatal services. There's been a significant area of work across the UK actually in terms of maternity services, and from my own personal background, involved in maternity services many moons ago. This is a really key area that we have to keep revisiting with fresh eyes to examine practice, but in particular to really focus on the experience of people who are involved in that. So it's with that in mind that we're very keen to be actively involved in the assessment. We're very keen that we can get ahead of the work that is required, and colleagues will remember that we approved the business case for a digital system around maternity, which will help us enormously, and that is being implemented now. So we know that we've been focusing on improvement, and this provides us with another opportunity to do just that. And I have got a chance to meet some families who have been recipients of our care to hear their stories directly. Just moving on to some of the interactions that we've had with government. David, you mentioned some of the Cabinet Secretary's priorities. We continue to have quarterly meetings with the Welsh Government in relation to special measures assurance, and that meets the latest of those meetings was held just a couple of weeks ago. We had a good meeting, actually, a positive meeting, and the Welsh Government officials noted some important and significant progress, and that was really reflected in the report that was published by the Welsh Government on the 15th of July, and hopefully colleagues have been able to see that. I draw out some of the conclusions from that report. At this stage, the Cabinet Secretary's determination is that we remain at level 5, and I have put hopefully there was quite a few changes in the escalation status of a number of health boards, so I've put them there. Hopefully it's helpful. It is a little bit complex because some of the domains you can be in for certain things, you know, so just mapping that through. The reason I sort of put that there is that there have been some very important changes to the oversight and escalation arrangements, and they were announced by the Cabinet Secretary in the same announcement. So we continue to work to deliver our plan, and if we deliver our plan, we will improve, and improvement will lead to de-escalation. So we're really clear about that. Just a couple of sort of team notices, really, and I know colleagues will be very familiar with George being around the table, but it is to recognise that she now joins us as the interim executive director. So thank you very much, George, for stepping forward at this stage. Steve is on leave today, but we'll have a chance to see him because although he's announced his retirement after 37 years, he will be with us through September. And then there is an ask of the board in relation to strategic planning and service change. We have increasingly been focused on the strategy for the organisation and how we interact with our partners. Howell Health Board is a few steps ahead of us actually, and been really doing a lot of work on their clinical services plan that does have potential impact for our population. So we're working with Howell on what that might mean for us. We will be responding to the consultation process, and I'm going to ask the board that they delegate that final submission back to Howell, to myself and yourself, David, if that's okay. And then finally, I got the chance to get out, which I felt like it was my summer tour. It was absolutely fantastic to have quite an intensive week of visits. Some of it was actually just wandering around the sites and chatting to anyone I could come across. So sorry if I popped up unannounced in a couple of places. And I'm in danger of trying to pull out a couple of visits and then not others. But without exception, I got a huge amount out of the visits, the conversations, the walkthrough. I did a great visit at Wrexham Myler and looked at the environment, the challenges that the environment brings. Went across to Holyhead with Vaughan and colleagues. So that was a great visit about the potential for the future for one of our key areas of population. And just to say, I visited a community garden, which was absolutely brilliant. I've given Stuart a bit of a list of can we do this, can we do that? But really showed the ability of us in terms of working with people in our community, actually, for that wider wellbeing benefit, both for theirs, but also for our staff and wider public. So quite a varied month, from Welsh Government meetings all the way through to community visits. I have included confirmation as an appendix of the oversight arrangements, just for the record as well.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn fawr Carol am yr adroddiad ac am y gwaith yn ystod y ddeufis dwytha. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad yna, sgwch yna? Rwy'n yn dymuno. Gareth?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just wanted to welcome the fact Carol did do a summer tour, and I think it's really, I don't underestimate how much pressure you, particularly you, but also all the executives are under, but it's so important to be seen. And so I really, really welcome that. I just wanted to say as well that I was quite struck that in all three of our reports, and I'm not speaking about mine, but we all have very positive experience of interactions with the council in Anglesey. And I do want to single them out. I mean, we have a very great collaborator here, but it does occur to me that sometimes I get a bit frustrated that we're not trying things out. I mean, I'm a great believer in equity, and I don't like the word pilots, but sometimes we should try things out. And I think where we do want to do things in partnership with local authorities, we can really build on that. And I've got a few particular ideas, but that's just, it just struck me that all three of us separately, because we don't collaborate on this, so we did sort of said, oh, we had really useful interactions. And I just want to thank the council as well for that and receiving me recently as well.
So full of possibilities, Carol.
And actually, it's all well and good going to it. It was a great, we had a little walk around, and we had a look at a potential site for development, and had a look at the potential of modern environments that bring communities and people together. But the plan now is actually we're going to the next steps, getting a workshop there the end of September and moving some, germs of ideas into action. And the board has previously considered development work in Holyhead, and I can certainly see the potential impact that we could have positively in the local area. So it's translating the visits into action.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Os nad oes pawb yn hapus I dderbyn y adroddiad yna ac I gymeradwyo I ddirprwyo yr ymateb mae Carol wedi crybwyll gyfeirio ato fo I Carol a fi'n efo Prifweithredwr a Gadeirydd. Pawb yn hapus I wneud hynny, sgwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at adroddiad nesaf ar eitem 1.8 ydy adroddiad yr is-gadeirydd a Gareth dros at y ti.
Diolch Cadeirydd. I'm not really going to introduce this. I know colleagues are very good at reading papers. Very happy to answer questions. Had like Carol, I had to continue to do a programme of visits, and in general, I'm really inspired by the work that's done by a lot of our staff in difficult circumstances. So, that's the overwhelming impression I get. But I'm very happy to answer specific questions either here or outside the meeting.
Diolch yn iawn, Gareth, ac diolch just ar ran y bwrdd am y gwaith wyt ti wedi cyflawni ar ymweliadau yna. Dwi'n gwybod sydd yn cael ei werthfawrogi. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwaith yna yn ystod y deuddegfed dwytha. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw ar y adroddiad Gareth, sgolch hwnna. Rhian.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, Guy, but the Confederation Expo you attended sounds absolutely fascinating. I know it was in England, but there's many lessons for us. And I just wonder, is there anything that came out of that you really want us as Betsy to take on board and maybe pilot or develop?
Yeah. I'm really, there's quite a few things actually, but I really think we should be looking at the project on discharge to assess, which was done, and that's one again where I'm thinking that actually perhaps could work with colleagues, particularly in Innsmouth. And the other one was the work that had been done in West Berkshire in terms of working with the third sector to proactively contact people who were lived in deprived areas. And I want to emphasize that because it's not the same as saying they were deprived. You don't know that, but and did not have regular contact with their GPs to offer them point of care testing. And most importantly, the fact that the whole project was structured around and it wasn't a small number, 43 if I remember rightly, GP practices, who both trawl through their data to produce the list of the people and the contact details of who should be contacted, and then also undertook that because, and I think we are working on having the same solution, because the point of care testing could be fed directly back to the surgeries that then followed up where they'd identified issues. And I just think we ought to be, and I know there are always different issues, and they were quite clear. There'd been a lot of issues about, in the jargon GDPR, about sharing confidential information. But if they can do it, and what I said, it wasn't one of the, we often say, oh, we're so big, it's only, but 43 practices, it's less than us, but it's still big. And I think a population of 600,000 or something.
Sorry, can I just come back on that then? So are we likely to get some progress on one or both or something else arising from this in the next, say, 12 months? Or
I guess that's for other people. I mean, I think
I'm just throwing it out there.
To me, I think great because I mean, basically, our role, as you know, is to sort of offer up ideas, isn't it? But then, and I appreciate that sometimes ideas from us or from me, may be put forward in ignorance of what the problems or issues are. So but I think Tamina is probably best placed to comment on that.
Tamina, a response to that, please?
Diolch. Dwi'n meddwl dwi prif swyddog weithredyn dwi A couple of things actually. I know the programme you're talking about in West Berkshire because I was involved to some extent from a community mental health perspective. So I'm really happy to make contact with people involved in that. There's 2 or 3 things going on. It's probably worth just flagging. There's a programme actually being led by the Welsh Government, I think P&I, around building community capacity. And one element of those is looking at the sort of 0.5% high risk group of patients or residents in North Wales. I think we can go further and faster around that. We've internally set ourselves an ambition around identifying that maybe the top 2% of patients most at risk of interfacing with different parts of the health and social care services in their local community. And there are some really good models, and Berkshire West is one of those, where you can identify through a really good formula or calculation those people either most at risk as they have comorbidities or who are intersecting inappropriately with a range of different services. So lots of ideas and lots of opportunities around there. And similarly, I think the discharge element of it, Gareth, I've started some really good conversations with local authority colleagues around how we can do some work on that. But I also know people like Jane Troman in the board are already working really hard on that, and it links to some of the strategic work we're doing also around UEC and the 6 goals, which is obviously looking at holding people as close to home as possible. But if they do need to go through an ED and end up being admitted, that we have some really appropriate discharge mechanisms for the local authority colleagues to get them to where they need to be as soon as possible. I think it relates to another conversation we had yesterday about how we start to really profile the work we're doing in primary community services. So it'd be really helpful maybe in a board development session to look at that in more detail.
Yeah.
Chris, unrhyw arall? Os nad oes, gawn ni diolch I Gareth am yr adroddiad. Eto, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen I ni at eitem 2.1 mae gen ni restr fan o eitemau strategol. A'r eitem gyntaf ydy dysgu o faterion ariannol o'r flwyddyn 2021-2022. Ac mae'r adroddiad yma bellach ar wefan iechyd o wedi cael ei gadw nôl gydag embargo tan bore yma. Os ydych chi yn awyddus I weld yr adroddiad, mae ar gael ar y wefan a wedi bod ers 8:09 bore yma. Cyfle chi ddarllen o fan'na, a dwi am droi at Carol fel prif weithredwr I gyflwyno'r adroddiad. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Thanks very much. So this report covers a key matter at its heart is really around accountancy practice that happened 3 years ago in 2021-22. Now I joined the Health Board as interim chief exec in May 2023, and I must be honest, this was one of the biggest, most major issues that I had needed to manage. What became very clear to me pretty quickly actually was that actually this was quite a complex matter, and the context in particular was very important. And this is something that therefore has taken quite a considerable time to work through. So the report today is my report as accountable officer, and for those that don't know, being an accountable officer is a designation that is given by the Welsh Government in reflection of my responsibilities regarding governance and probity. So that's why it's called Accounting Officer Report, because it has that level of sort of responsibility, if you like. And the report is a summary really of what happened, and most importantly, the context of the organisation at that time. And that's really important just to take that wider view, because the learning that has needed to be identified was not solely around the core issue. In order for us to take the action that is needed to safeguard an event happening in the future. There are many people and different parties involved in this situation, and I am sure, or really I know, that there will be very different views on aspects of my report. So I have tried, however, to make sure that this is my assessment based on the information that has been available to me, and I've had a lot of information, and I think it's important that, you know, I can thank colleagues who have undertaken work. Mostly they are external to the Core Health Board, and particularly internal audit, and Audit Wales, actually colleagues as well. So in regard to all of that, I am trying to balance here matters that are in the public interest, but also we've got a responsibility to those individuals and the parties involved. So that's the balance I'm trying to get here. And just before I go into the report, you know, I think it's important to recognise that this matter's been very difficult for the people involved, actually for wider departments in the organisation and the health board more generally, really. So I'm hoping that bringing this sort of final report means that, you know, having brought the issues, the learning and the action, we can actually now start to move forward. I'm just going to pull out a couple of key areas, David, if that's okay. So, the big issue are really around governance and probity that leads to confidence, trust and confidence in us as an organisation. Is we actually had accounts qualified in 2021-22. There are probably very few people around this table who were around at that time, but that's a very significant situation to have occurred. And therefore is a very serious matter for a health board that handles £2.5 billion of public money, and hence, you know, the importance with which we have taken the matters in hand and tried to learn and act upon them. So the circumstance of what actually happened there, and there was an investigation into, well, why did we get to a position, the health board at the time get to that position of an accounts qualification? And it's important to give it a bit of the context, because I remember where I was in 2021-22, we were still coming out of the pandemic, and unusually for NHS organisations, many organisations were managing a financial context where there was actually more money around than there usually is. So in our reports later on, we're going to be talking about how we manage, you know, to make sure we don't have a deficit. Actually, at the time, the health board was managing what would look like they would have a surplus. And so they were looking to spend those resources that had been allocated for the people of North Wales, actually for the people of North Wales, rather than return the monies. The process around that was examined, and I think at its heart, the expenditure that was planned did not deliver goods in year. So when you buy something, you might be on dodgy territory, you've got an accountant or two in the room, but I remember even as a senior nurse, if you're going to buy some goods at the end, towards the end of the year, they had to be received in order for that to be accounted for. And that is really at the core of this. So the money was accounted and the goods not received. And then there were issues about the process and the transparency of that followed. What's really important for me to stress, because I know there's been a lot of sort of concern around this, is that there is no evidence through all of the work that's happened that there was any monies lost to the organisation at the time. So it's important to just try to emphasise that really. So that was the core of the issue. But as we were as a sort of picking up and coming into the organisation, it was clear that there were other issues that presented a wider context and some additional work that needed to take place to understand the relevance and the learning from those areas. And there are 4 areas that I draw on in my report. The first of those relates to contract procurement and management. And as a large public sector organisation, with that £2.5 billion budget, we do buy services on a very regular basis. So this is quite an important area of practice. I was very grateful to the internal audit service for undertaking at very short notice a review into the practice in the organisation, and I outline in my report a specific issue in relation to the procurement of a piece of work that looked at the core issues, and that highlighted issues around how the procurement processes were being implemented in the organisation, and that has brought some significant learning. I also asked for an assessment of the HR processes, and in particular how they had impacted on people involved in the core issue, and that also brought learning, in particular the challenge when there are going to be investigations about how well informed and engaged staff are in those processes. And I make reference in the back end of my report to the salmon principles, which are used for public inquiries. So the staff involved were not fully aware of the nature and the scope of the investigation. And that is something that, you know, I personally feel very strongly needs to be attended to. The next issue that we looked at was in relation to information governance. The investigation report undertaken by a third party was disclosed without authorization. And that clearly is a breach in terms of the data protection legislation and regulations. And that, although it's a complex area, it was very clearly a breach. And we referred ourselves to the Information Commissioner's Office as a health board as soon as we became very clear about that. And that was, I remember it well, in my first 3 weeks. Undertook an external commission and external review, and I will come on to the findings there shortly. And then the fourth issue, which, as we discussed as a board on many occasions, leadership culture is so key to the successful to a successful organisation, a healthy organisation. And what was clear to me as I arrived here is that there were some really significant challenges, and they had been described by Audit Wales in the board effectiveness work that they did, and they reported in February 2023. And that was an important context, I think, for these issues that occurred. So just that's really what happens in, I don't know, 3-4 minutes. The really key thing has been, well, what's been the learning and the action that's been taken. So I hope colleagues will spend as much, if not more, time when they read the report in detail on what we've done as a result of this. As a board that has needed to grapple with some really key issues, I think these have been ones that have really surfaced towards the top of our priority list. So on leadership, culture and governance, I don't need to remind the board that we committed to 9 strategic intent statements back in September 2023 that really focused on leadership and culture, and the work that we've got underway on the culture change programme. I know, and David from a People and Culture Committee is overseeing that work. Our openness and our transparency has been commented on by Audit Wales. And our big focus during this year, as well as last, and will be into next year, is laying the foundations for the future in terms of how we operate as an organisation. So some very clear work that we have undertaken on leadership, culture and governance in the organisation. And I've just drawn out in my report some of the reflections from Audit Wales. Significant work has been undertaken in terms of financial governance, and outlined in the report are 5 key areas of that improvement plan, and in particular, really focusing on financial governance mechanisms in the organisation and the financial control environment action plan. A scheme of reservation and delegation doesn't often get many people jumping out of bed in the morning, but the visibility of what decisions can be made and by who is now much higher. And that work will continue as we move through. So lots of managers have had training on the sword, and delighted that my colleagues on the executive team provide that advice and guidance on a daily basis to us. On information governance, the external review actually indicated that in general, sound systems and processes were in place, but offered a number of suggested improvements that have been taken forward. And most of those have been completed. 1 or 2 areas where there's partial completion, and we continue to work in that area. On procurement and contract management, this is an area we continue to work on. Huge amounts of progress made on this, and I know the audit committee has a close oversight of the work that happens here. Increased visibility and reporting of compliance. Any breaches come through that report with a learning action following that, and we have seen a significant reduction in things like single tender waivers, etc. So the tangible progress and the results of the work can be seen by all. The development of training, so for example, around 500 of our managers have had procurement training, including myself, and retraining. And the chap said, "Do you have this in your last job, Carol? You're going to have it in this one." So they've been actually very supportive, the NHS Wales Shared Services Partnership, in supporting our work here. And then finally, the other part was on HR processes, and we'd set this as a key area for development from the start of our work when we were setting our special measures response plan and our annual plans, and that work has been continuing. And you know, getting a fresh approach to preventing things like employee harm, and I think it's a bit of a movement across the NHS family, if you like, across the UK now in this regard, and so working closely with trade unions on that is important. But I will say that our processes, although this was a very complex situation, took much longer than anyone would have wanted, and we do have the oversight of those process timelines much more visible at this stage. So, David, I've taken a little bit longer because, you know, there may be people who haven't yet read the report, so tried to draw out some of the key elements. And the board members will have wanted to take quite a lot of care in reading the report. It does, I hope, demonstrate the openness and transparency with which we wanted to operate. And you know, in a way, the reason for publishing this report for me is that the interest, and it is of public interest, in how we utilise resources, our governance and our probity. I hope it provides an opportunity for us now to draw together all of the learning and the action and move to the next stage. Yeah.
Carol, can I also, I think as you've outlined, this has been, I think, on your desk ever since you came into the health board, and others as well. And it's been a tremendous amount of work, taking a lot of time and energy, not just for yourself, but others. So I think it's important that we thank you for all the efforts, yourself and everybody who's been involved, and that does include some independent members as well. who had a role to play in some of this. I think you've also put an important emphasis on we can't turn the clock back. You know, this is something that landed with you, myself, and others that had happened over a period, but you put the emphasis very much on, well, there's something here for us to learn as a public body, as an NHS organisation, that will help us improve, actually. And everything that's happened and whoever's been affected, the best thing we can do, as people tell us frequently, is to put things right. So I think your report really emphasises that. And just a final comment from myself, there's a lot to talk about accountancy practice, finances, but you've also said this is as much about the culture of an organisation as anything else. And the work we're doing, led by George and others, and oversight from David and the committee, is so crucial to everything we do. You know, it is true that culture impacts on everything. And what is culture? Well, culture is how people treat each other. Culture is what we expect from each other, and culture is about relationships. So that emphasis, I think, is really timely and important. Right. I'm going to ask for any questions or comments, and our role today is to accept the report and then ensure that the learning that has been signalled is able to be implemented and acted upon. Bertha, just at y ti gynta.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. I'm sure we all feel this, Carol, but I wanted to say personally that I really valued the clarity in that narrative of quite a messy part of the history of Betsy Cadwaladr. I found that really clear. It really helped me understand, you know, the significance and how things were dealt with. So I just want to thank you for that. Really important. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn, Bertha. Just check your David, a wedyn na I droi at Gareth wedyn.
Diolch. Dwi jyst isio ategu be sydd wedi cael ei ddeud yn barod am bwysigrwydd y diwylliant yn cael ei wneud o ran arweinyddiaeth diwylliant a llywodraethiant a pa mor bwysig ydy hynny. Dwi'n meddwl yn aml diolch yn wneud y penawdau falle, ond hwn sy'n underpinning, dwi'n meddwl bydd gair Saesneg, bob dim o ran gwella. Hefyd mae'n bwysig cofio mae Archwilio Cymru wedi nodi hynny ar gwelliant o ran hynny yn y bwrdd. A dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n mynd i fod yn bwysig iawn. Dwi'n symud ymlaen o ddi wrth hyn i roi llinell o dan efo, ond i ddangos bod ni wedi dysgu a bod ni'n gallu symud ymlaen yn effeithiol.
Diolch yn iawn. Gareth, at y ti?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to echo Bertha's point. I thought this was an incredibly clear and very well put report, and your verbal report also, Carol, so thank you for that. And then two other points really about learning. I think the first one is just to underline the point you made about training on procurement, because at the root of this were two issues about procurement, weren't they? One was about what the steps were taken, which were, you know, controversial and led to the qualification, and then actually the way some of the investigations were procured. So getting our procurement practice right is absolutely critical, and I know as Chair of Finance that a lot of effort's gone into that, and you referenced the 500 senior managers being trained. So I think that is really important. I just want to be clear that that has already happened, and I'm sure that will continue. The second point, and this is sort of more outside my expertise because I don't sit on the People and Culture Committee, but the real learning on the HR aspects, I think. And it seems to me, you know, there's the old saying, isn't there, 2 wrongs don't make a right. And that really is how a lot of this reads. So we can't prevent, we can do everything we can to minimise the risk of, we can't prevent people doing wrong things or things which are not within the way they should act. But we are absolutely responsible for the way we go about investigating those. And this clearly wasn't a particularly glorious example of it. I know it was very complicated, very extreme, and I wasn't there at the time, so I don't want to, pretend it was simple. But I do know that there are other investigations, and both on respect to resolution and on disciplinaries, that have dragged on a very long time. And I just think, while time isn't just of the essence, the point you make about employee harm is a real one.
Yes.
That to leave people often suspended from their jobs, and it's supposedly a neutral act, but everybody knows when you've been suspended, and in local communities. So speed is really important, as well as getting the result, of course. So I just really wanted to ask David and George, just for assurance that we have systems to monitor how long things have been taking, and that we have a sort of escalation system when things are dragging on. And as I said, I know sometimes you can't avoid it, but we really need to do everything we can to make sure that these sorts of circumstances aren't perpetuated or repeated.
Diolch yn fawr. Russ wants to come in next, I think. Russ.
Diolch, Chair. Yeah, so just really to add to some comments more than anything. So first of all, to thank Carol on the articulation of the journey over the last few years. I think there's a need to recognise through Audit Committee the oversight and stewardship on this difficult matter through Karen's leadership through that forum, as well through the independent member forums and the Committee of the Health Board, which I think has been a real challenging environment for us to move forwards with, and that's been done fabulously well. I also want to just reflect on the organisations that supported as well. So of course, NHS Wales procurement team, shared services, their training through the organisation, the recent changes to procurement regulations and the further refresher training that we've already initiated. So we're absolutely key to keep on top of that as we go forwards. Audit Wales colleagues and internal audit as well play key roles in how we move forward, but also the finance function and the wider organisation, because this is a wider organisation context that we're talking about changing that cultural aspects. I think in terms of looking forward as well, I just wanted to focus on, of course, we have had 2 unqualified audit opinions since that point. Audit Wales colleagues have been in, reviewed our accounts, and given us a true and fair view. So all of our financial statements are reflecting a true and fair view going forwards. And give you an indication on that transparency and openness that we wish to maintain. So we are one of the very few health boards who've managed to map all of our financial statement transaction values back to our source ledgers. So the reason that's important is Audit Wales, who come in and review that as independent bodies, can literally check every figure in our financial statements right back to the source ledger. And I think that's an absolute credit to the finance team to be able to pull that off. And Simon's done a fabulous job leading that piece of work. But that is a real key commitment for us to have that open and transparent culture in an organisation. Diolch, Chair.
I think they call that traceability in the farming world, don't they? Similar thing in a way. You mentioned the finances and Carol in her report, and I just wanted one opportunity maybe for some clarification, because what we've done as a health board, we've watched some of this play out in the public domain and elsewhere, and a whole host of comments made by so many people, and others can judge whether they were informed comments or not. And some of the headlines were, to put it lightly, misleading. And one of the headlines, and something has been repeated, is the missing millions. So I think your report has answered that question, but just for clarity, can I just ask you to make that statement finally, please?
Yeah, thanks, David. And it is a highly impactful issue, and if it is still in the public mind, I'm really pleased to be able to say that all of the work that's happened, and I will reference the work in a moment, there's no evidence that any money is missing.
No.
So that's probably as clear as we can be. And so who says that? So the core investigator that was commissioned at the time The County of Wales Service took a look at this issue, and North Wales Police took a look at this issue. So this isn't me saying,
No.
you know,
No.
this is the work of multiple external bodies. So hopefully that clears that up.
Thank you very much. That was very useful. Pam, you have some comments, I think, on this report too?
Diolch, Wen dwi cyfarwyddo Llywodraethu Corfforaethol. I'm Pam Wenger, I'm the Director of Corporate Governance for the Health Board and have been in post since 2024. And I suppose I just wanted to reflect and build on some of the comments in Carol's report as a public body in terms of the way in which we conduct our business in an open and transparent way. I think this report demonstrates out the way that we work. That's been validated certainly since my commencement in the health board, through the way the board works, the way the committees work, where we operate in the public domain. And I think that's really important, and just in line with the Nolan principles of public life in terms of our accountability as boards. So I do think I just really wanted to reflect in terms of the public interest, in terms of the candour and the way in which the board has reporting this, in terms of the learning as an organisation, and to ensure that we have the highest standards of governance in the health board as is required as a public body. And I just sort of to recap, you know, really thanks to Karen as chair of audit committee, our head of internal audit team and Audit Wales, in terms of the way in which certainly over the last year or so, in terms of the way in which the audit committee have really scrutinised and sought assurances on a whole range of governance and financial matters through to the board. So I suppose wanted to put that as a matter of record and some reflections, David, since my tenure as the health board, and the way in which we will continue to improve our governance as validated by other external bodies. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, Pam. Yn iawn. So Carol, just to round up this item for us, please, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you very much for the comments and contributions. It's been a tricky report to write, to try to outline in the clearest and most understandable terms that was actually quite complex. So thank you for the feedback. That we were trying to do that. I just want to pull up just a response to a couple of areas, and you know, Gareth's comments about, you know, when things go wrong. In my experience, you know, I'm not really talking about this particular case, but generally in my experience, when things go wrong, on the whole, people try to do the right thing, or acted with the right intent, and something has gone wrong. And it's how an organisation can deal with that is probably the mark of the organisation. So that's just a general comment. And of course, you know, we are sharpening some of our processes of, you know, visibility, openness around processes, and really about the experience of people, whether that's citizens or whether that's our staff. But on the whole, I think tried to bring together all of those elements. It was a clearly very difficult time for the health board at that time. And a very challenging set of circumstances that people were grappling with. I think we have, in a way, the benefit of being able to take all of that with some of the fresh eyes that we have brought and translate that into action and improvement for ourselves. So, and that's the focus that I wanted to try to give here. Something very difficult happened. We've taken the learning and we've acted, and we've got evidence of impact of the actions that we've taken. So part of our improvement journey, I guess, you know, as an organisation, and this will, I hope, mark, you know, quite a major sort of milestone now as we move forward. So thanks to everyone who's helped with this work. It's been really significant and impactful at a personal as well as professional level.
Absolutely. Diolch yn iawn. Felly, dyn ni nodi'r eitem yna gyda diolch i bawb sydd wedi cyfrannu a diolch yn sicr i Carol fel y swyddog atebol. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa, 2.2 ar maes gofal wedi gynllunio. Mae gennym ni adroddiad cynhwysfawr ac dwi am droi at fel y cyfarwyddwr i gyflwyno'r adroddiad hwnna, Russ.
Diolch, Chair. So I will give you some key headlines from the report and then give members the opportunity then to ask questions. Then from the report, I'll take as read. So key headlines really, plan care. This is really about how we are improving access in a timely manner to care for our local population. And this is about the journey through a plan care lens, specifically really looking at the extreme weights classification or patients waiting over 104 weeks for all stages of their care to complete. A little bit about the health board in terms of the lead up to the start of the current financial year. So we effectively had a £34 million allocation from Welsh Government, and we used that resource to target reductions in our extreme weight positions. And we moved from what was a December position of just over 10,000 patients waiting over 104 weeks to just over 5,700 patients. So we saw a 43% reduction in those extreme weights. We did that at the same time, of course, as servicing the additional patients that came on stream for that demand. So we utilised that resource effectively to improve that position. But that means we were still circa 70% of the patients waiting beyond that period at the close of the financial year, so 31st of March 2026. What's happened in 25-26 is a real focus on support for improvements in these plan care area delivery. There's a notation in the report, but essentially we received as a health board a further £5 million, which we committed to additional contractual provision in order to support reductions in healthcare provision in the first quarter of the year. There's another £6 million allocation for the health board to support cataract provision and servicing cataracts as we move forwards. And then in addition to that, we've received just over £3 million for support with diagnostics care. There's also two national exercises, essentially one national tender profile for 45,000 first outpatient appointments. We've completed that tender exercise and we are in mobilisation to see all of those patients, of course, which is a significant number and significant volume of patients to receive. We've got a further 15,000 patients that we'll see through a local model. Both of those elements will be paid based on patients seen, patient numbers seen. So the money will come across as we see those patients. So these block contracts are moving away, and it's more about if we see the patients, we get resource for the patients. There is risk to that second elements of the model, so we haven't yet get the funding confirmed for diagnostic aspects of that care. So to get to stage 3 for diagnostic and treatment or not onwards to procedure, which is stage 4 treatment, and we don't have resource for stage 4, so we won't be able to complete the pathway. It's not the full pathway commission. What that means is our patients could go through a stage 1 appointment, a diagnostic, a decision to treat, and then be reverted back to the books of the health board. And we may need to repeat a outpatient appointment for those individuals because of that transition from an outsourced provider, effectively, or an insourced provider, or a third party, back to the healthcare provision. So there are risks to that, but this is good news. This is significant resource that is being allocated to support healthcare on a plan care basis. There is also some resource for administration consequences and costs of that as well. Just briefly talking about our future plans. So we were targeting 4,950 patients at the 30th of June. We moved that position to 5,300. We missed that slightly, but that's largely down to mobilisation of those contracts, and it still represents a 47% reduction in patients waiting within what is a 6-month period. So there's a real focus. Our target to the 30th of September, 2,800 patients waiting in that category, and that will be a 73% reduction in patients waiting what is deemed an extreme wait of time. And we're moving on to December, where we're committed to having 0 patients waiting that time. So I still remember 12 months ago talking about 208 weeks, and now we're saying by December, within 12 months, we'll have 0, 104 weeks. That's not without risk, colleagues. So just to make members aware, of course, there are lots of key specialties in this. Orthodontics, for example, is a real challenge specialty, and we are working with Welsh Government colleagues as to how we can have solutions to ensure we can hit that 0 target as we move forward. But 31st of December is our targeted position to eradicate the 104 waits. I'll talk briefly about diagnostics, if I may. Diagnostics care. So we have had a further 3.6 million. Our diagnostics rates have significantly increased, largely radiology, endoscopy. The resources we've received will support those, and we have diverted resource as well into these areas from the £34 million for in-source contracts for radiology. That will be key for us as well in being able to service the patient demands. But that's an 8-week diagnostic target. And then really just to round off, I guess, the challenge here is not to keep having to use additionality to service our patients. So how are we going to move our models of care? So our theatres, our clinics, we're utilising all of our facilities to the best use possible, using official standards of care, GERF standards, potentially recognised industry standards, and comparing those to our current performance metrics and seeing if we can improve and enhance our delivery. And I think we've got some good examples of where we will move that forward. And just to mention, there is a planned care programme board, and planned care is a major work stream. And I'm looking at Carol, as I mentioned those 2 things, which are absolutely focusing on making sure that we have sustainable services moving forwards, and we move away from this reliance. And of course, the upshot to that is we're not treating patients in the most expensive way we could with this additionality, and that resource is then free, of course, for us to use to enhance patient care across the health board. So those are the challenges before us. There are 6 key work streams. We've flagged those within the report, and I'll leave it at that, if I may, Chair, and open to questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch fawr Rhysam, mae'r adroddiad cynhwysfawr yna. Mae'r adroddiad hwn heddiw yn un o gyfres yn dydi, lle dyn ni'n rhoi sylw arbennig i bwnc arbennig neilltuol mewn cyfarfod yr bwrdd, ac heddiw dyma di'r pwnc sef gofal wedi gynllunio sydd yn thema wrth gwrs cyson yn ein gwaith ni. Felly cwestiynau, sylwadau, dwi'n troi at Mike cynta, a dwi'n gwybod mae yna eraill am ddod mewn, na i fynd ar hyd y rhes yna wedyn. Diolch. Mike, dros at ti.
Diolch, Chair. This has been through committee, so thank you for the paper. Just I have a couple of questions on one item, and that is relevant to the workstream table on page 70, and particularly workstream 5 on follow-up. So we had some discussion in committee about our follow-up to news ratio. Do we have an idea of how much out of kilter we are with the capita benchmarks at this stage? So the reason I'm asking that question is it going to be a big help to ask directorates to review their follow-up strategies, do we think? That's my first question. The second one is, have we given thought to things like news-only clinics, where clinics are not hampered by the number of follow-ups? We've got GPs who are perfectly capable of following up routine surgical procedures from my own clinical experience, but often there's a bit of a culture that quite like to see your operated patients on 6 weeks later and see them well, but it's not necessary in these days of more minimally invasive approaches to surgery, and I'm sure it applies to some other non-surgical issues as well.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take some questions and comments, and we will ask colleagues to respond accordingly. And some good news is the aircon is now working. So, no need for any medical intervention. So, dwi'n meddwl nesa oedd Rhian, a wedyn Karen oedd ti, na, Fawn wedyn, yn y drefn yna.
Just quickly, for clarification, there was a bit I didn't quite understand as to how you juggle urgent and treat and turn. How they come together or not, and does one trump the other, or how do you manage that sort of interface with the push to get the 104 weeks? You know, is one of those two things suffering? That was my first point. And I think the second point, which I was going to raise in the performance report, but I might as well do it now since Russ has already brought it up, is the whole idea of, yes, we're doing this and that through insourcing and outsourcing. We've had extra money to do this, but that's not going to carry on forever, is it? So what's our exit strategy? How are we ensuring that we have the sufficient capacity within the board to have sustainable solutions? Or are some of these mechanisms actually the most effective way of doing the treatments anyway? So I think there are a few issues there, and maybe I can come back to that later on.
Diolch yn iawn. Ti nesa?
Yeah, diolch yn fawr. So I've got a question, and I do share the curiosity that Rhianna's explored here. So regarding the outsourcing and insourcing, I'm wondering what percentage that's looking at now, and what's the timeline for getting that reduced? Because obviously, this additionality is not going to continue, so we need to plan forward for that. And then there is a paragraph when you talk about parallel developing sustainable solutions, and there's a list of a few items there, but I'm just wondering, what are we doing that we didn't do before? Again, how confident are we that these will get us where we want to be? But I mean, thank you for the report, Russ. I should have started off by saying it. Thank you anyway, but just a couple of questions. Thank you.
Ron, ti nesa?
Ie, diolch. Just cwestiwn digwydd ynglyn â tabl 7. Dwi'n quite yn da, dwi'n meddwl yn da. Bod y ffigurau'n amrywio'n sylweddol ar draws y 3 safle. Y cwestiwn mae'n siŵr ydy hynna achos ydyn ni ddim yn gweithredu fel un bwr a bod na elfen o postcode lottery. Dwi'n aman na dylid am 395 o referral yn uwch mewn un ardal a naw yn y llall. So, pa bryd da ni'n mynd i ddechrau helpu'n gilydd allan mewn ffordd i gael mae'r ffigurau'n amrywio'n sylweddol. Dwi'n stryglau i gweld un maes lle mae'r ffigurau'n agos iawn i gilydd ar draws y 3 elgylch.
Gall rhywun ateb yna. Mae hefyd yn ddibynnol ar arbenigedd hefyd yn dydi. Claire, nesa, wedyn Gareth, wedyn Chris.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Some of the things I was going to ask, both Rhianna and Earth have picked up, so just the other one was under point 2 in the report, targeted performance. We referred to the £82 million from Welsh Government and the targets that we're working towards. And it's not only in planned care, is it? So I know it's not for this item today, but I think as a board, we really need to understand our plan around addressing the ambulance handover with patients spending more than 12 hours in ED as well. I just didn't want us to lose sight that that money is also looking at other areas other than planned care. So, and I've just heard we're going to look at that in September. So fantastic, thank you.
Yeah, it's the whole system. It's not just one part. Yeah, good point. Gareth, ti nesa?
Yeah, just briefly, I was really building on the question from Bertha and Rhiann. Is that going to be a bit harsh, possibly, but I don't think it's a question of whether we've got the capacity. It's a question of whether the capacity is being used efficiently. And while intrinsically, I think I'm in the same place as Earth, that ideally I would like to see everything being done internally, except where there's a clear case of, efficiencies of scale and effectiveness where we can't deliver a good service. What I have to say is that the problem is at the moment, we've got the opposite. I'm going to say the cherry and the bun, but we're actually paying for outsourcing to do stuff that if we were productive, we would be doing with our existing capacity, and we can't go on paying both. That's the real issue. So it is an issue about capacity, but it's really about the efficiency. And I know, that Carol and Russ are very focused. I think we've got a good understanding of the problems. But a bit like I think you were implying, and when we talk about performance report, it seems that we're not seeing a lot of outcomes yet as a result of that focus.
Okay, Gareth. Chris. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Russ, for the report. And it's obviously positive to see such a reduction over a period of time, albeit that they shouldn't really be there in the first place. But my question's around the stages in this full pathway, and I think it probably builds on a comment that Ria made in passing, which is this the best use of our resources? And I think my concern comes from this. I don't know whether it's a typo or I'm misunderstood, but in respect to the stages, it's said to be insourcing instead of outsourcing. Then one of the risks is that there might well need to be further follow-ups if stage 4 needs to be proceeded to. And it seems to be, is that not a duplication of work? And if it is a duplication of work, then is that the best? Are we using money to look busy, to look like we're doing something, when actually we could be doing something more efficient and using that money in perhaps side? And that might be a very naive way of looking at things, but I wonder that if we're then having to spend extra clinical time on follow-ups that have already been done, that's what's been said, then how do we make the process more efficient and use those to ensure this is sustainable, to build on what other commenters have said? As I say, it might well just be a naive view.
Okay, so lots of questions and comments there on this very important topic, and we've got colleagues here. You can arrange yourselves. Who's going to respond to what?
Shall I just explain one thing? So people might be thinking, why is the Director of Finance leading on the planned care report and the work? So just to outline how we're doing this, because it is an absolutely massive agenda for us. As Claire quite rightly points out, urgent emergency care and primary and community care. So we are operating on a number of fronts, and we are going to talk about mental health as well soon as well. So I've taken the mantle on leading the Major Change Programme, which is really about developing those sustainable solutions for both short, medium and long term. Russ has got delivery oversight of the in-year delivery, and Tamina has got lead on deployment of the plan. So the three of us are working very closely daily on ensuring that this massive effort is not just about managing the here and now, but also laying the sort of path to the future. So if I pick up some of the aspects which relate to the change, if that's all right. So Mike, you're absolutely right. There's a big issue about follow-ups, and that's work, that's why we've got work stream specifically on that. And I've heard anecdote, somebody who works in the health board said to me, "Oh, Carol, I've had a letter for a follow-up to an appointment I had 4 years ago, and I don't think I need the follow-up." Well, I think that has been, quite common, not just in this health board, but across the NHS. So, all got personal experience and family experience of that.
Indeed.
So,
yes. Good example.
Yeah. I think the NHS is moving to being much more discerning about who does it really need to see as a follow-up. And there are 3 elements to that. One is, some of this is about self-directed aftercare, how people look after themselves with support. Some of this is something called See on Symptoms, where the patient can come back if they've got this sort of symptom, and the other one is patient-initiated follow-up. So it's I don't need to see you at all unless you have, a problem, and you ring me type of thing. And I think that has been, it's been proven elsewhere, Mike, to start to shift the dial. So when you talk about having more news outpatients, that's really where we are moving to. We're not an outlier in all of our specialties, so it's important to say that, but we have got some specialties where our follow-up rates are out of kilter, but also there's a general move in this practice area. So we are focusing on follow-ups for sure, big piece of work on that. I'll let Russ do the urgent and treat in turn and that interface, but Rhiann's question is really about sustainable solutions. I'm very happy to come back and PFIG or whichever committee we got about the detail behind those 6 steps. If we can get those 6 steps systematically implemented per specialty, we will have moved to more sustainable solutions. There are some other wider issues for us to deal with, which is the configuration of services, where we provide services and where and how we provide them. And that is part really of the clinical services plan. So we know in some specialties we're trying to provide them in lots of places where we should probably provide them in fewer to make it more sturdy. I'll let Russ do the outsourcing, insourcing, how long. But these parallel solutions, so the major change programme now has it's very clear programme of work, significant momentum being generated. Just Monday of this week, we held 2 workshops. We had the national clinical leads for planned care. Shri, we had good clinical and managerial discussions. So thank you for supporting that. Russ, Angela and other colleagues participated in that. So that's really helpful. And one thing that we're changing already is the pre-operative process. So too many patients keep having to come back because our processes aren't strict now. So we're changing that. And we're all very clear that we will be implementing best practice. It's not up for negotiations. As a board, we've agreed that as part of our organisational principles, design principles. And people welcome the clarity of direction on this. In fact, they've asked me, can you just tell us we've got to do it, Carol? So there's a bit about, being very clear about expectations and then supporting delivery. I think the others are passed to Russ, and if there's anything else to me now.
Russ.
Yeah, so I'll just whiz through if I may then, Chair, sorry. So the difference, people do have different categorisations and how they prioritise. In Wales, what happens is if you're an urgent patient, you are seen as a priority, same as urgent suspected cancer, any of those categories. The only treat in turn aspect is if you are registered for a routine procedure. So if you are a routine patient for a routine procedure, you should be treated based on the time waiting for that procedure in an orderly queue, effectively. And that's the treat in turn methodology. So if somebody comes along tomorrow and they're urgent, they will be a priority over anyone who is routine and waiting to be treated in turn. So that's why you get that displacement that we have to keep modelling through as we go forwards. So it is a bit of a balancing act to make sure that we create sufficient capacity to see the urgent suspected cancers. You'll hear that conversation in September, whilst at the same time making sure that we've got capacity to keep servicing with routine patients.
So does that mean that urgent does trump treat in turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah. In terms of timelines now, so we are putting a significant amount of resource into contracts. Certainly in the second quarter of the year, I believe we'll continue that into the third quarter. The challenge around all of that, of course, is then we have to find the resources to pay for all that. And there isn't any more resource made available to us through those government allocations. And we'll see a little bit more on the finance report as to where the financial standing of the wider NHS Wales sits at present. So you'll see that there possibly isn't additional resources coming through. So then we're faced with tough choices, aren't we? So where are our resources being committed? And we might have to take tough choices to redivert resource to make sure that we give the appropriate access to our patients. I think Chris's point is well made that these patients shouldn't be waiting this time period, and we're absolutely committed to reducing and improving that access time. And whilst, however, developing all of that programme of work, and hopefully that programme of work starts to pick up the mantle. And as it does, and we can profile those improvements and model those improvements through the year, we'll, if you like, lean ourselves away from using that contractual route to treat patients And what I will say is actually a lot of the specialties that we have, there isn't available contractual provision in the marketplace to see those patients either. So we are absolutely forced to look internally and make sure that we are productive and delivering what we should do through our internal capacity. And that's just good use of public money. Absolutely. It's an absolute responsibility for us to do that anyway.
Can I just add, there are a couple of specialties that there appears there's no capacity for us locally, either internally or externally. And that you've noted that in your report. So I'm wondering, can we put some, I suppose, encouragement from Welsh Government to assist us with that, or a solution that will, otherwise those who are waiting for those will be waiting even longer.
We are developing with the Chief Dental Officer a model for how we can support through Welsh Government. There's two particular specialties, oral surgery and orthodontic.
Yes.
We cannot commission activity, capacity does not exist. And we won't be able to do that internally from where we stand. And so it's how they support us to move those models of care forward. So that work is in train.
Yeah, really important.
And to move us into Q3, we've got to keep lifting our heads for Q2 target, but to Q3 to have zero, it's absolutely paramount. We have a solution now that we can implement so that we get to the 31st of March and we have delivery in that aspect.
Great. Yeah.
I think the variation between sites is a really good question. We need a BCU list as opposed to a site list, and in some specialties there are no extreme waits, and in others there are significant patients waiting. So we need to get to that cross list, and one list, one specialty, one BCU model. And I think that will provide some equity across all of our services, and we're on that journey as well, actually. And people are already asking for what they deem as pooled lists. In some areas we have practice where we have consultant lists based on treating turn as opposed to a pooled specialty list by site or by BCU. So there's a lot to do on that aspect, and you can see there actually there's capacity in some specialties where we shouldn't have those patients waiting. So you have to get one offer from us, of course. In terms of the other questions, I think we've discussed the wider areas, and I think there'll be a paper coming in September. The productivity and efficiency, I think our point is picked up within the 6 key work streams. And I think Chris's question is really good. So essentially within there, what we're talking about here, Chris, is effectively if we transfer a patient out to care through an in-source or outsource provider, and they do their stage 1 appointment, they have to commission full pathway. If we're not commissioning full pathway, then when that patient comes back into the organisation, say they need a procedure, they get to that point, we internally have to repeat that stage 1 new appointment. So it's not a follow-up, but we are repeating that appointment again. So it is duplication, absolutely duplication. The Welsh Government have directed us towards this route, which will leave us with patients who convert to a procedure that we then have to bring back into the health board potentially and see again as a first new outpatient. And that isn't the best use of resource, absolutely, through that statement. So it's not a stretch question.
No, hang on, got it. Tamina.
Yes, so just to follow that up.
Tamina.
So in terms of that, just to the context for this is you're probably aware the Welsh Government have commissioned an additional 200,000 outpatient funds by the end of March. But as part of that commissioning process, which they are funding, they have only funded to stage 3. So as we develop our deployment plans, this stage 3 is to make a decision. So outpatient, a number will convert to diagnostics, and then a number will convert to a stage 4 treatment, but some will be discharged after their diagnostic or after the first outpatient. So as part of our deployment plan, we're looking at what that means for us in this year and into next year as well, to make sure that we're trying to model that in terms of the capacity that we've got. And then just the other thing to pick up on, there is something about having a single list across North Wales, but I think it links it's also to the clinical services plan that we are really committed to that as a health board in terms of what our pathways of care are likely to look like. What do we need to deliver locally because there's the volume and the demand, and then what might we do just in one place or in two places? And that will vary depending on the kind of specialty that we're looking at. So I think that will also be something that comes through in later conversations about the clinical services.
Gareth, on the duplication.
Well, it's on the effort. Why is my question? So it implies that our consultants don't trust the work that's being done by the outsourcer insourcing, because what you're saying is not that there's a pre-op. So say that there's been a diagnosis, there's been a outpatient, a patient has been then had a diagnostic. The conclusion of the service that we've commissioned is that this person needs an operation. What you're saying is that not just that our consultant will have to see them as a part of a pre-operative assessment, but they will have to see them as an outpatient to see whether they agree with the assessment of the external provider. Now, is there an ethical issue there or an issue of regulation? Because what happens internally, and again, we're talking about having one wayers list. So if you've had a consultant in the West who's seen somebody and says they need an operation, and then we have a unified waiting list, and it's a consultant in Wrexham who's going to do the operation, but the consultant in Wrexham say, well, until I've seen them as an outpatient, I won't agree with that diagnosis or that course of action, because that seems to me a really big issue. But it may be that, as I said, it's like Chris, I may be speaking in ignorance, this may be all to do with the professional ethics, but surely at some point you have to trust the expertise of people who are similarly qualified to yourself, rather than redo the work because you personally have not done every stage of the procedure.
So shall I pick that one?
Yeah, there's a combination of things. Yeah, I don't want to get into too much detail and into the practice of individuals almost, but so we need to be careful what we say.
Yeah. At the high level, and Mike will have a view. Most surgeons don't want to just pitch up at the operating theatre and operate on someone they've never seen. It's their professional practice and accountability, so that's the dilemma here.
Yes.
And in a way, from a patient point of view, often you'd like to know who's going to operate on you, So I think there are some probably nuances at the edges of that, Gareth, but and increasingly, of course, once we've dealt with the backlog challenge, this will not be so much of an issue. But I think we're walking a path of just trying to make sure that everyone is content that that procedure is both necessary, but also people are well prepared for it.
I think where I'm coming from is actually less about the insourcing and outsourcing, but the idea of moving to a pan-Betsy approach, which individual consultants don't have their own lists. So we really have got to move.
And high volume, low complexity cases, HVLC, that is going to be much more the practice.
And for one list, we need one team. That's the key, isn't it? You can produce one list, but what it means is we've got to work as a team, as people have said. Right, diolch yn iawn am y cyfraniadau lot o bethau pwysig wedi nodi am yna waith sylweddol digwydd yn maes yma. Dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen at weld y cynnydd a bydd pwyllgorau priodol, pwyllgor ti'n cadeirio Gareth, yn edrych ar y maes yma, fydd gweld y cynnydd a gweld sut mae pethau yn symud ymlaen. Pawb yn hapus i nodi'r adroddiad yna. Mae yna nifer o bethau i'w nodi gan gynnwys lle dyn ni arni ar hyn o bryd o ran y perfformiad, lle dyn ni'n disgwyl cyrraedd erbyn diwedd y flwyddyn calendar yma, y risg gydag ambell i faes dyn ni wedi cyfeirio ato fel lle dyn ni heb y capacity ar hyn o bryd, ac wrth gwrs yr her ariannol i ni delifro, mae rhaid ni sicrhau bod gennym ni cyllid. Felly, di pawb yn hapus i nodi'r adroddiad yma a dyn ni edrych ymlaen at gweld cynnydd a'r monitro sy'n digwydd trwy pwyllgorau priodol. Pawb yn hapus, gwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Mae yna waith sylweddol digwydd a dwi isio ar ran y bwrdd ddiolch i bawb sy'n gysylltiedig ar gwaith yna. Symudwn ni ymlaen felly i'r eitem nesaf, y 2.3 a diweddariad ar iechyd meddwl. Ac mae yna waith bwysig wedi digwydd yn y maes hwn sydd yn dod o dan ofal Teresa. Mae hefyd peth ond yn cael ei arwain gan Rod sydd ddim efo ni heddiw wrth gwrs, felly dwi'n troi at Teresa i gyflwyno'r adroddiad, tynnu allan unrhyw bethau mae'n ymwydus i dan y nellu. Teresa.
Iawn, bod yn da pawb. A dwi'n falch iawn y gyflwyno'r adroddiad yma ar iechyd meddwl heddiw. Ar y canfas ar gweithredu, da ni wedi cymryd mewn ymateb i'r adolygiad gan y Coleg Brenhinol y Seithiau Tryddio. Ni welwch i'r 10 thema allweddol yn yr adroddiad a'n dros Dina Cadeirydd. Mae'n anodd credu, mae'n flwyddyn ers i ni drafod yr ymateb gwreiddiol y Bwrdd Iechyd, a mae'n 6 mis ers y diweddariad dwytha i'r bwrdd y fan hyn. Ond wrth gwrs, da ni wedi bod yn rhoi diweddariadau i'r pwyllgor ansawdd diogelwch a profiad. Wedyn mae hynna wedi bod gobeithio o helpu'r bwrdd. Cyn dechrau mynd trwy ambell i bwynt os gai o papur, hoffwn ni'n diolch i'r aelodau sydd wedi gwneud y gwaith yma. Heb y defnyddwyr y gwasanaethau, heb aelodau o'r cyhoedd sydd wedi helpu ni symud ymlaen, heb cyfeillion llais sydd wedi bod yn help anferthol i ni, a dwi'n gweld Jeff yn y gynulleidfa heddiw, ac hefyd i aelodau'r tîm sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r grŵp cynghori a sydd yn gwneud y gwaith bob dydd fel penaethiaid ac yn aelodau o'r staff sy'n bwysig i ni. Fysa ni ddim wedi gallu gwneud unrhyw cynnydd wedyn. Dwi'n ddiolchgar i bawb, dweud hynna ar y dechrau, neu fyddai'n ail-ddeud o wyneb i'r ddau. Ond o ran yr adroddiad, mae yna 2 rhan. A na i ddechrau fo'r rhan cyntaf, sef y datganiad mewn ffordd gan Ros, hyd i'n cynghorydd arbenigol ni yn y gwaith yma. Mae wedi gyrru ymddiheuriadau heddiw, Cadeirydd, a mae'n methu dod yma, a mae un ddod i hefyd i ffwrdd o gwaith heddiw. Ond hoffwn ni jyst tynnu sylw at un neu 2 o bethau yn y rhan chi o'i adroddiad. Mae wedi adlewyrchu yn arbennig ar gwaith y grŵp cynghori arbenigol. Yn Saesneg, da ni'n aml yn galw o'r Expert Advisor Group, yr EAG, ond y grŵp cynghori arbenigol yn Gymraeg. A mae yna rhaglen waith wedi bod rwan yn ei le, a da ni'n dod tuat terfyn y gwaith, ond wrth gwrs di'r gwaith ddim yn gorffen, a chdi siwrne o waith ydy hyn go iawn. Ond mae cytundeb a contract Ros yn dod i ben yn naturiol, a da ni'n dechrau meddwl i'r dyfodol. Ond ar ôl deud hynny, mae'n bwysig bod ni'n edrych ar be da ni wedi gwneud hyd yn hyn. A mae Ros wedi rhoi ryw sefwadau hi o lle mae yna hefyd sy'n cryfhau, lle da ni'n ddangos cynnydd, ond hefyd lle mae yna fwy o waith i ni wneud yn gyffredinol. Mae wedi bod yn waith gwahanol iawn, swn i'n dweud, i bawb yn y Bwrdd Iechyd. Da ni wedi dechrau'r siwrne gwahanol, ymgeisio wneud rhywbeth gwahanol mwyn cael canlyniad gwahanol sydd yn bwysig i ni. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni wedi dysgu ar hyd y ffordd, a fydd y dysgu yna'n bwysig i ni i'r dyfodol go iawn. A dwi'n meddwl bod y tîm wedi bod yn hyblyg. Efallai, da ni wedi cael pob peth yn iawn ag yn eswyth o'r dechrau. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod pobl wedi gwrando, wedi trio bod yn hyblyg, wedi gwrando ar aelodau'r cyhoedd, wedi gwrando ar defnyddwyr y gwasanaethau. A wedyn wedi trio symud ymlaen. A mae'r rhaglen waith wedi edrych ar nifer o ardaloedd erbyn hyn, a da ni wedi adrodd heina i'r pwyllgor QSC. Mae wedi rhoi crynodeb yn yr adroddiad, ond dwi am tynnu un o'r sylwadau allan gen Ros, gawch chi ddarllen drostoch eich hun. Ond oedd sylw ola Ros ar dudalen 8 yn y papur Gymraeg, neu ar y pwynt ola yn y darn Saesneg ar dudalen 7. Dwi'n darllen y fersiwn Cymraeg. A dwi am ddarllen y brawddeg os gai. Mae presenoldeb y grŵp cynghori arbenigol yn creu mwy o ffocws ar effaith a chynaladwyedd yn hytrach na dim ond cwblhau'r camau gwella. A dwi'n meddwl bod hynna'n hynod bwysig. Dyna lle da ni wedi symud i, oherwydd help yr aelodau i gyd. Da ni'n edrych dim ond ar yr 80 o argymhellion oedd gyn y Coleg Brenhinol. Da ni'n edrych ar y gwaith yn ei gyfanrwydd go iawn. Os ai ail rhan yr adroddiad, wrth gwrs o fan hyn, da ni'n sôn am y cynnydd O ran y sefydliad gyfan yn y bwrdd iechyd, a da ni'n gwybod bod hyn yn hanfodol o ran y gwaith da ni'n ei wneud. Mae o'n rhoi'r sylfeini yn ei le i'r gwaith cynyddu a symud ymlaen. Trafodwyd rhain yn y cyfarfod yn 2024 a roedd hein y gwelliannau sefydliadol go iawn sydd yn sylfaen i'r gwelliannau cynaladwyr. A'n drodd nhw gyd, ond mae yna 4 sydd dal yn bwysig i fi bob dydd. Ni yw'r un cyntaf datblygu'r strategaeth. Mae'n gyfle i ni fod yn sefydliad iechyd meddwl positif. Mae hynna'n rhywbeth da ni angen, a dwi'n siŵr sa Jane yn dweud, nid yn unig iechyd meddwl, ond lles meddyliol hefyd. Mae'r ddau mynd llaw yn llaw, da ni'n gwybod bod hynna'n bwysig. Yr ailyn di'r rhaglen QMS, a mae Angela bod yn arwain ar y gwaith hynny, a mae hwnna'n mynd drwy'r bwrdd iechyd, ond mae'r ffocws ar ansawdd wedi cynyddu o fewn yr adran, swn i'n dweud, iechyd meddwl. Ond ar draws y bwrdd iechyd, a mae hynna'n sicrhau bydden ni'n symud ymlaen. Yn drydydd, swn i'n sôn am y cofnod iechyd electroneg, a mae'r gwaith yna, wrth gwrs, yn cael ei gynnal gyda'r bwrdd iechyd Pwm Taf Morgannwg. A dwi'n meddwl bod ni'n dysgu o'r gilydd, mae rhaid i ddeud erbyn hyn. Mae'r bwrdd wedi penodi'r grŵp prosiect fel petai mae pob beth yn ei le, ac erbyn hyn, da ni'n y proses caffael, ac yn y proses gwerthuso yn arbennig, a dwi'n meddwl bod hynna'n gymryd gwych. Mae rhaid i ddeud, mae'r tîm wrth i bodda yn meddwl bod yna system electroneg yn ei le. Dwi'n allan bob hynna hyn pan dwi'n gallu, rondo i'r sylwadau'n gynharach, a pan dwi allan mae pawb yn sôn am y gwahaniaeth beth yn ei wneud. Ond mae'n dŵad, dyna di'r peth, da ni wedi symud ymlaen ers hwnna. A'r pwynt ola o'r darn yna'r adroddiad ydy'r gwaith ymgysylltu. Ac y fanna, dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i bawb o cyhoedd yn cleifion sy'n defnyddio'r gwasanaethau ac i llais ag ati. Am bod y rhan o swrna hefo ni wrth i ni ddysgu. Mae'r bwrdd iechyd, dwi'n meddwl, di aeddfedu yn y maes yma. Dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i Leon Marsh sydd aml yma yn y cyfarfod. Mae wedi bod yn help mowr ac yn rhan o'r grŵp. Ac yn edrych ymlaen at fwy o waith yn y maes yma, yn enwedig y coleg adfer. Dwi'n meddwl fydd hynny yn dod â elfen gwahanol i'r gwaith. A wedyn os na i droi yn ola at yr maes ola sef y trydydd yn yr adroddiad, sef crynodeb, a dim ond crynodeb sy'n yna, da ni wedi bod yn adrodd ar yr argymhellion QSC, y crynodeb o cynnydd ar ran yr 80 o'r argymhellion yna. Ac yn sicr mae gynnon ni becyn testiolaeth go iawn ynglyn â 56, a da ni dal wrthi'n hel y gwaith at ei gilydd. A mae yna gwaith craffu yn mynd i fewn i hyn cyn bod ni'n rhannu'r wybodaeth. A dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i Phil sydd yn y gynulleidfa heddiw am ei help yn dod â hwn at ei gilydd efo'r tîm. Yw hwn ddim yn waith hawdd, mae hwn yn waith iechyd meddwl a ar draws y bwrdd i gyd. A mi welwch chi yn y rhan yna'r adroddiad bod y lefel hydal yn eitha uchel. Mae yna un sydd allai, mae'n dangos yn oren yr adroddiad, sydd ddim cweit yn yr un lle. Ond dwi yn sicr fydda ni'n gallu symud hwnna ymlaen wrth i'r gwaith sefydliadol yn dechrau ar yr sylfaeni'r dyfodol, y Foundations for the Future. Mae o'n cyd-fynd, wedyn dwi yn gweld ffordd ymlaen y fanna, ond mae hwnna wedi cymryd hirach na bydda ni'n disgwyl. A felly yn ôl yn yr adroddiad mae'r cama nesaf. Dwi'n gobeithio bod hynna reit glir, mae yna dal waith i wneud, felly dwi dal yn ddiolchgar i bawb sydd yn rhan o'r grŵp. Mae hwnna wedi bod yn brofiad da, dwi'n meddwl bod ni yn dysgu ac yn aeddfedu trwy hynny. Mi fydd Ros, wrth gwrs, yn dod adroddiad at ei gilydd, wrth iddi orffan i chytundeb, mae hynna'n rhan o'r cytundeb ganddi. Byddai'n gweld eisiau i, mae'n rhaid dweud, mae wedi bod yn help, mae wedi bod yn herio ni ar adegau. Ac wrth gwrs, fel bwrdd iechyd, da ni wedi bod yn cysidro rwan sut mae defnyddio'r egni gyn yr tir a'r gwaith sydd wedi dod gyn y grŵp cynghori ac yn symud o flaen i fewn i busnes fel normal. A mae Carol, fel y prif weithredwraig a finna, wedi bod yn sôn am dod â grŵp goruchwylio a datblygu. A dwi'n meddwl mae'r datblygu yna sy'n bwysig, symud ymlaen rwan i'r dyfodol i wneud yn siŵr fod pob peth yn ei le. A dwi'n gweld hwnna'n rhan o'n siwrne gwelliant go iawn. Felly, falle na i orffan yma os gai eirydd, ac yn y cwestiwn na ond ydw i'n deud diolch i bawb, aelodau'r bwrdd, aelodau o'r staff a'r tima sydd o'n rhan, ond y fwy pwysig na neb i'n partneriaid ac i'n defnyddwyr gwasanaethau. Go iawn. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni yn symud ymlaen, ond mae yna fwy i wneud dwi'n cyfarfod. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch yn iawn, Teresa, am y droddiad cynhwysfawr na, tynnu sylw at nifer o bethau pwysig. Cyn i mi ddod ag eraill mewn, I'm turning to Jeff. I know you've been really very involved with this work as part of that expert advisory group representing Llais. So I'm just wondering if you've got anything to add to the report and anything you'd like to highlight.
Yeah, I think that my team and Bill, the owners there, others, we work well together to support service users. But that, of course, is our duty, our responsibility.
Yes, yeah.
People really thanks for the lay people that were on the EOG, who, for many of them, this is 12, 13 years that they've been involved with, and they are still giving of their time and their emotions.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's been very different.
Yeah.
But they do that selflessly, with the view that they want to improve services for other people.
Yeah.
So I think that's really worth noting.
Yeah.
And when the EOG finishes, we've discussed how that might go on.
Yes.
There are in fact some really good patient involvement mechanisms within the different units, and it would be good to see those taking on a more strategic role and looking at things just beyond the immediate. They tend to deal with the immediate environment and issues, the day-to-day issues. It would be good to see them taking a more strategic role and to be listened to more about their thoughts about how treatment should be, how patients and families should be supported. So I think that it's very good to hear that Carol is going to take personal interest in this and monitor it going forward. The mistake of last time, I think, was that it was left drift, and it needs constant management and leadership.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very much, Jeff. Yeah, diolch yn iawn. Ac mae'n braf gweld David yma hefyd sydd yn rhan o'r gwaith ac yn gwneud cyfraniad pwysig. Diolch am bod yma heddiw, David. Felly, sylwadau neu gwestiynau, sgwrwch yn dda. Mae Caroline gynta, mae Caroline gysylltiedig a'r pwyllgor, wel, cadeirydd pwyllgor BCU. Felly, Caroline, dros at y ti.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Os o'n i'n hefyd yn hoffi ategu sylwadau Teresa a Jeff o ran diolch i bawb sydd wedi ymwneud efo'r gwaith yma. Yn gweithio'n teuluoedd, llais a'r staff sydd wedi ymwneud efo hwn hefyd a gros wrth gwrs. Mae yna waith sylweddol wedi i wneud a'i gwblhau dros y flwyddyn dwytha yma. A hwn yn waith trolwyr gan nifer fawr o bobl. Ond mae'n bwysig bod ni'n cwblhau y gwaith yma, y tro yma, a mae'n amserlen glir i gwblhau y holl y weithgareddau erbyn y Nadolig, erbyn diwedd mis Rhagfyr. Mae hwn yn bwysig, a fel o Teresa yn dweud, a fel mae Ross yn dweud yn yr adroddiad hefyd, mae'n bwysig bod ni dim ond bod ni'n gweithredu, ond bod na bod effaith y gweithredu yna yn glir, a bod y gwelliannau yn gynaladwy tymor hir. Dwi'n croesawu hefyd y ffaith bod na grŵp mewnol yn cael ei greu rwan, Mental Health Oversight and Development Group. Mae hwnna'n grŵp bwysig iawn ac yn cael ei gadeirio ar lefel uchel iawn i sicrhau bod y gwaith yma'n cael ei gwblhau. A ni dim ond gwaith o fewn adran iechyd meddwl, ond y gwaith corfforaethol sydd holl bwysig o ran cefnogi hyn hefyd. Ond mae angen parhau efo'r troloeuwder da ni wedi gael dros y flwyddyn dwytha yma. Felly mae'n bwysig, a mae'r adroddiad yn cyfeirio at hynny, mae'n bwysig bod y gwaith yn amhau i adrodd i fewn i QSC ac yn adrodd i fewn i'r bwrdd hefyd. Ond diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am y holl gwaith a'r gwaith fel chi'n cario ymlaen hefo fo dros 2 mis nesaf yma hefyd.
Diolch yn fawr. Caroline, Gareth?
Yeah, well, I will just endorse. I think it is important to say, you know, about the work that's been done by Ros, and I know she would have really loved to be here today, but you know, she's got very important family engagements. I think 70th birthdays only come around once, don't they? So not hers, her sister's. But also, Jeff, and as has been said, you know, the members of the EAG, I think 2 points I wanted to make, and then 2 questions. The 2 points were just to say, I think, as I understand it, the work of the AG has been really important, and it's an object lesson in both the challenges and the real benefits of proper engagement. And I don't underestimate what a demand that is on people who voluntarily, you know, have put themselves forward for that. But we really, as you said, Jeff, really do have to build on that now and try and help inform the strategy. So there's a lot of stuff to be taken forward there. The second thing is I really endorse that bit on page 7, page 8 you were talking about, that the importance of increasing the input in inpatient settings from psychology and AHPs. You know, we talk a lot about the multidisciplinary team, and with absolutely no disrespect to the people who are working in our inpatient units, you know, in difficult circumstances and hard, but that MDT is all too often not really present. So we really do have to work on that. I think that will also need a recognition that some of those inputs can come from different sorts of professional backgrounds. So the role of AHPs and particularly OTs, you know, in some of that.
Associated health professionals.
Health professionals and occupational therapists. Yes. Okay. Sorry. So the 2 questions were, so our quality management system, I won't say QMS, our quality management system, as I understand it, is being introduced in a phased fashion. So where are we in terms of the rollout of that in MHLD? I'm not quite clear about that. And so what testing has been done to make sure that the approach, and particularly the maturity assessment tool, you know, works well in that setting as well as in a physical health setting? I'm not for a minute suggesting it won't, just wanted to know that. And the second thing was, you know, there's talk in the report about the culture change leaders, which I know quite rightly, Carol, you're absolutely passionate about. And I'd just be interested in how many of those come from MHLD, because, you know, sometimes it is a bit left to one side, isn't it? So I'd like some assurance that sort of culture change is also being spearheaded by individuals who've come forward within MHLD.
Teresa?
Ateb Rylin cynta, neu ddal ti Gymraeg os ti'n ei gan Gareth y Steven. Nes i edrych ar yr arweithwyr y newid diwylliant yn ddiweddar, a gatho ni rhestr yn ddiweddar gan aelodau o'r criw WOF, da ni'n ddiolchgar iawn. Yna ni 8 fel dwi'n dallt o'r 85, dwi'n meddwl sgol ni 17 ar hyn o bryd. Dwi'n gyfawr i'n Carol am can cyrraedd 150. Wedyn da ni wrth yn boddas, fysa ni'n cael fwy aelodau yn Tom efo ni, para teg, dim ond. Wedyn dwi'n gwybod fyna fwy o awydd, ond wrth gwrs mae capacity bob amser yn rhywbeth rhaid yn ysydro. Ond da ni siop o roi bawb mae newid diwylliant, dwi'n meddwl, yn hanfodol i bob rhan o'r bwrdd iechyd. Wedyn, mae 8 yno ni, dwi'n meddwl bod hynna'n rhaid dda.
A ddechol, dwi'n falch iawn.
Dwi'n am nes o rei yn dweud. A wedyn o ran y QMS, sgynnau'n dyddiad, achos unwaith eto siwrne, di hwnne o ran weithio ar y proses QMS. Ond da ni'n gweithio'n agos ac yn barod, mae'na sgyrsiau di bod efo iechyd meddwl. Sgynnau'n dyddiad yn sicr o'n bai fod yn Angela, ond i fi mae hwn yn mynd i fod yn rhan o'r grŵp datblygu o ran ni'n sôn am gynt, a fydd hwnna'n rhan o'r sgwrs. Be fedra i ddweud yn sicr, ydy fod yr gwaith ansawdd a'r ffocws o'r ansawdd mewn cynllunio yn y gwaith ar ansawdd, yn y gwaith ar comisiynu, mae hwnna wedi cynyddu fel tîm iechyd meddwl. Dwi'n reit ffyddiog fod bob peth yn ei le, ond o ran eich cwestiwn chi, ydych chi'n meddwl bydd o'n ffit efo iechyd. Sgynnau'n pryderon yn fanno, mae'r rhanno'n heulu fi yn y portfolio i, mae gynnau i'r gwyddorau iechyd, a mae criw gwyddorau iechyd yn defnyddio QMS yn naturiol fod rhannau gwaith nhw. A pan dwi'n sbio ar ei gwaith nhw, rhaid i ddweud, dwi'n gweld dim pryderon o ran defnyddio'r un system, mae iechyd meddwl a anabledda'r dysgu, dwi'n gweld unrhyw problem o fanna gwbl.
Wych iawn. Le, a wedyn dwi am Troi at Carol wedyn nawn ni orffen yr eitem yma. Claire.
Diolch, and it's really good to get the report and to get the update, and I think it's really pleasing to see the ongoing engagement of service users and real people in this work. And I know last time we had an update, we talked about what we can learn from this for all of our engagement activity and how we involve people more closely in, you know, when we talk about planned care, how are we going to now talk with the people going through some of those processes to build their views and input into how we can make those services better for the future. So that's really helpful. Really useful to get Caroline as chair of QSE's update. And so I guess my question perhaps relates to that really, which is good to see the progress. But we're saying that of the 56 of the 80 actions that have progressed to the point that evidence has been reviewed, 22 of them. So it's good that we've got a good audit trail and a good kind of focus around assurance, but 22 of them need more evidence to be provided for them to be kind of fully signed off. So it's a question really about whether we are, what I guess it's to Teresa, what our confidence levels are that we will complete all of those actions by December this year, because that's only 4 months away. And I guess my assurance as a board member is that I know that the QSE committee will be the ones who are validating our progress in that space, but that still feels like there's a lot to do in a short space of time.
Teresa, ar y spot.
Mae atab yn Gymraeg, Sky Claire, dwi'n iawn. Mae rhaid mi ddeud, dwi'n meddwl bod yr amserlen wedi mynd cweit fel yn ysgol ar waith mi fod yn onast.
Wrth gwrs.
Da ni wedi gwestiwn, da ni wedi bod yn hyblyg, da ni wedi newid y ffordd oedden ni'n gweithio. Dwi'n amal fe rhaid mi ddeud, yn allai bydd y cyfnod yma rhwng rwan a Dolig. Yr un mor heriol, mae rhaid i dal fod yn meddwl am y gwahanol, yn siarad wedi o'n Gymraeg, interdependencies di'r gair. Yna nifer o ffactorau dod fewn i hyn. Dwi am ffyddiog bod gynnon ni rhaglen waith. Mi oedd gynnon ni grŵp yn cwrdd i llun o fidryddol ffilter, y grŵp technegol sydd yn symud y gwaith ymlaen o fewn y bwrdd iechyd, y rhan y bwrdd iechyd fel tai, dim rhan y grŵp ynghori. Dwi'n ffyddiog bod y gwaith yn symud ymlaen, ond mae yna interdependencies wedyn. Dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna'n rhan o'r siwrne, ond hefo'r grŵp newydd yn dod at ei gilydd, dwi'n teimlo bod yna gyfle i ni herio ambell i le sydd allai yn anoddach. Mae yna adnodda yn rhan o'r sgyrsiau mewn ambell i le, ac wrth gwrs mae capacity yn rhan arall, swn i'n dweud, sydd yn gallu bod yn heriol i ni. Wedyn, dwi'n eitha hyderus, dwi'n teimlo bod y gwaith yn symud ymlaen. Mi'n agor chi sôn i beth o fanna, Claire. Nid yn unig bydd QSE, wrth gwrs, yn edrych ar y rhaglen. Mi fydd rhaid i rhoi system yn ei le i wneud yn siŵr fod yr 80 na am tystiolaeth bob un wedi mynd drwyddo fo. A dwi'n trafod hynna efo'r Rhywbeth yn barod i wneud siŵr bod gynnon ni ffordd ymlaen o fanna. Fel bod ni yn rhoi'r nodl yma mewn ffordd ac yn cael nodl yn hytrach na bod ni'n mynd yn ôl dros hanes a fel bod ni'n gallu symud ymlaen i'r dyfodol, Claire. Wedyn, dwi yn teimlo bod gynnon ni system yn ei le wan i symud ymlaen dros y cyfnod nesaf.
Gwych iawn. Carol, sylwadau i gloi ar eitem nes gwch yna.
Diolch Cadeirydd. So just a couple of comments from me and to reiterate the thanks to Llais and people who have been really active. So thank you so much. And I really sort of support Jeff's plea really that we start to move from comments on the decor, and that's really important, you know, to really being able to shape the future. And when we met, David, with people who had been involved in previous investigations and inquiries, one of the big messages I took was people want the best and they want to look forward and take the learning from the best elsewhere and bring it to North Wales, as well as generate our own learning too. So that is critical. And actually it's not, as Claire was saying, not just about mental health, actually it's about everything that we do. So I know Helen will continue to bring forward the updates in terms of progress on that front. But key consideration for me is that we take this whole organisation approach to emotional and mental health and well-being And it's not just a mental health and LD division issue, so it is for everyone, and that's why the next steps I'm looking to draw everyone in, because as the paper indicates, you know, there are issues about our estate, there are issues about workforce and workforce planning, etc. Teresa's absolutely right. The establishment of the group by the end of September, our first task is to just do that check and challenge and just test that confidence level and what can we unblock, you know, and what might take longer. And let's be open about those things that may take us a little longer to do. And then my third comment, if I may, is about the engagement of wider committees. So whilst they're really important and great role that the QSE committee has taken, if I think about the component parts, there's, you know, the partnership agenda, there's planning in terms of strategy and models of care, there's financial and access performance as well, Gareth, you know, in terms of your committee as well. So I think we'll just make sure that we're working through, that we're not just channeling everything through one committee, but being really clear about that. But I'm excited about the next phase of development, and I'm really pleased to be personally involved with colleagues on this. So yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, Carol, a diolch I Teresa ac eraill am y gwaith pwysig yma. Dyn ni edrych ymlaen at weld ar agweddau yma yn dylanwadu ar ni fel bwr iechyd yn gyfan gwbl a dweud y gwir fel sy'n cael ei grybwyll. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad, ysgolch yna a nodi y cynnydd sydd wedi bod ar gwaith sydd yn weddill. Pawb yn hapus, ysgolch yna. Ardderchog, diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Mae hi rwan yn 11:45. Dyn ni'n mynd I gael toriad rwan. A byddwn ni'n ail ymgynnull 5 munud I 12. So a quick break, 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 11:55. It's probably 9 minutes now, so make the most of it. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Croeso nôl, da ni'n symud ymlaen gyda'n rhaglen ni at adran perfformiad integredig. Mae gennym ni adroddiadau ansawdd a adroddiadau o'r pwyllgorau. Felly dwi'n troi gynta adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd Carlain troi at y ti ar gyfer adroddiad yma sy'n adroddiad i ni nodi. Diolch yn iawn.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Just 3 pwynt byr i wneud o'r adroddiad yma o chwarae dwytha y pwyllgor QSC. Yn gyntaf, yna un peth os ni'n hoffi eglurhad gan Carol fel ymgweithredwr. Un o'r lle da ni wedi nodi yma ydy mi gyfan ni gyflwyniad gan yr IHC canolog yn ystod y cyfarfod. A oedden ni yn bryderus yr hyn da ni'n glwad am y gwasanaeth gastroenterology oedd ar y pryd mewn sefyllfa eitha bregus ac yn gofyn am gefnogaeth. Felly sa'n fuddiol cael diweddariad gan Carol ar pwynt 2 yna. Yn ail, o'n i eisiau cyfeirio hefyd at y clinical coding. Mae hwn yn rhywbeth da ni wedi trafod droion dros y flwyddyn ddwytha yma a mwy o ran yr risk register a'r adroddiadau perfformiad. Wnaethon ni nodi, mae rwan bod nifer o aelodau staff wedi penodi, wedi cael ei hyfforddi a bod nhw'n gweithredu. Oedden ni yn nodi bod mae'r risg yn parhau, ond mae'r sefyllfa llawer iawn gwell nag oedd o, 40% o'r gwaith bellach wedi wneud, hefo trajectory i wella cwblhau a dal i fyny erbyn diwedd y flwyddyn ariannol yma i weld yn ei le. Felly mae hwnna mewn sefyllfa gwell nag oedd o da ni angen parhau i gadw golwg manwl ar hwnna. Ac yn drydydd, o'n i jyst eisiau nodi, mi fu o Chris a fi ar ymweliad a Bryneneuadd rhyw 2 wsos yn ôl. A ddo'n fuddiol iawn, fi o'n i'n gweld yr safle medium secure a hefyd fi o'n i'n gweld safle anabledda dysgu hefyd. Felly, gifon ni fora cyfan yn edrych ar y 2 leoliad yna. Oedd yn fuddiol iawn i ni fel aelodau QSC ac yn helpu ni ddeall cyd-destun o beth o'n gwaith. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol i ateb y pwynt yna o gwmpas un gwasanaeth. Dwi'n siŵr os mae wedi neu rhywun arall meddygol falle, ond Carol gyfeirio at rhywun arall yn mynd ymuno.
Diolch, David. Thanks very much. So I'm happy to respond, and then I'll ask Tamina and Shri just to add in a little bit. You're absolutely right. There are some fragility issues relating to gastroenterology, particularly in the centre. And I was really pleased to be invited to speak to a PAN BCU collection of colleagues, all of who work in gastroenterology services across North Wales. So first off, what a good event it was in bringing everyone together. We know we are moving much more now and at some pace around PAN, BCU working, regional working for these very issues, because we will end up with a fragile service in one part and the other parts are okay. How we work as a whole health board is absolutely key. So went to that. I was very impressed by one of the leads there, putting forward a compelling case to start to move towards a single gastroenterology service for North Wales, albeit provided, locally. So it's not always about we move everything to a central place or two places. It's about one service across the region delivered in that way. So lots of work going on. Tamina's holding the ring on that. Shri providing that clinical leadership into that as well. And then if I may just say something before Tamina comes in on that, on clinical coding, we've kept a very close track of clinical coding through the integrated performance exec delivery group. There are improvements in line with the plan, national issue, of course, and some very exciting, if we can move more to digitize our records, is that there are AI solutions to help clinical coding. And I had it's great. I met some clinical coders when I was out and about at Ysbyty Glan Fluid recently and got a sense of their work. So I think there's more that we can do, but we are moving forward with it. So Tamina on gastro.
Yeah, just above.
I had the privilege actually of spending the afternoon at this particular Gwynedd with the gastro team there, who walked me around their entire pathway. And I've seen something similar in Wrexham. So it was really good to kind of see what it feels like to be a patient and a clinician delivering care in those circumstances. It's a complex issue. I think it's absolutely a pathway that's right for us to look at, both what it means in terms of our clinical services plan that Paolo is leading on, but also how we can deliver a single pathway across North Wales, as Carol was suggesting. I'm now meeting with the gastro leads on a weekly basis. We've got a deep dive conversation on our service change and transformation next week. Jabba, who's the one of the leads and clinicians in Gwynedd, is going to be coming and spending some time with us. So we have a clinical and an operational perspective as well. It's complicated in that there is some resilience in both of the other sides. We want to see what works in terms of in reach from our permanent or substantive consultants in the east and the west to support what's happening in the centre. But what sits underneath this is a real need to review it from a clinical perspective in terms of the pathway that we are supporting. So there's what happens in terms of outpatient clinics, how we support our inpatient services, so the visits to the wards, and then what we do in terms of some of the out-of-hours services where you've got people presenting with gastro-related GRPs, etc. So there's quite a piece of work to do. So we've been slightly hesitant just to go in and say we can have additional staffing. What we do look at is what they're able to manage within the centre in terms of additional open cover, while we continue to support this so they have sufficient capacity, but we do need to do this more detailed work. Like Carol, I've been really pleased with the engagement I've seen both from the clinical and the operational.
Yeah. Shri, anything to add?
Yeah, just a couple of points. The first bit is, I think operationally, I think, you're absolutely right. Just wanted to add the governance and safety side of things. The first bit is the fact that while this is happening, we are monitoring closely with what's happening with the patients as such, not just on the emergency pathway, but also on patients on the waiting list as such. The next steps are the harm review process that's going to be embedded into the system. So that will give a better reassurance to both the whole QSC as well as to the board as to what happens to the patients, and they're not suffering from it. And in all honesty, gastroenterology has been a typical service, not across just Wales, it is across UK as such. So there are several challenges. It's quite complex, and I think I don't want to go too much detail into it, but the bottom line is that I think on the horizon, like many other services, like vascular, the gastroenterology, urology, these are things that are changing, rapidly changing, mainly because the standards are now evolving, as well as the regulations across that, which actually kind of underpins the safety of the services are also changing. So I think there's lots happening in this field. We are on the track, but we're making sure that the patients do not come to any harm because of all this, what is happening at the moment. So I think the work is in progress, and we will report through the data and the monitoring systems as to any incidents that happen. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I nodi adroddiad yna gan Caroline fel cadeirydd pwyllgor, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch. Ond yn rhoi rhyw ragair I ni mewn gwirionedd ar gyfer yr eitem nesaf, yr un nesaf dwi adroddiad ansawdd blynyddol ac I ddilyn adroddiad wella ansawdd ac troed Angela ar gyfer y ddau adroddiad yna. Adroddiad ansawdd blynyddol yn gyntaf. Diolch yn iawn.
Colleagues will be aware that this is the presentation of our second annual quality report. There is an expectation as part of the regulations for health and social care that we provide a report identifying how we've made the movement on the duty of quality, improving our services and providing information on meeting that duty around looking back, what has been achieved, the look forward to what the organisation priorities are and how we've achieved those, how our key strategic decisions have been taken and what the outcomes have been, and then developing our mechanisms for reporting through board and to the public on the position we're currently in. So the report has had feedback from QMS, was seen in the draft format and has gone through executive committee. And just to pull a few highlights, we identify the quality management system as being the key theme through all of our quality initiatives, how we can make sure it's consistent, that our planning, our control, our assurances and our improvement follow the model that was approved at board last year. We have developed a quality dashboard and refined it over the last 12 months, which is now live. Really pleasing to see that both the quality management system and the quality dashboard is being applauded across Wales and being suggested that we can support other organisations for us to utilise the work that we've done around this. Integrated concerns policy, that was something again was launched in September 2024, and that has allowed us to see the improvements and embedded improvements across complaints and incident management across the health board, and I'll come to the detail of that in the next report. So we highlight the objectives for the organisation, how we are weaving our quality initiatives around those, and how QMS is supporting that in a model to provide assurance to the board and to give understanding of some of the projects and initiatives that have been taking place across the year. So I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Thank you for the contributions to it. It is much better, I feel, in its production than it was last year. We did have a bit of a delay between the annual report and the quality report last year, which was months. This year it is just a month apart. Next year we're hoping for them to be published at the same time. It is about that getting the information together and making sure it's there. We do have to publish about our duty of quality and duty of candour, but that isn't expected till a little bit later in the year, in line with Welsh Government expectations, not necessarily what we can achieve within a health board. Happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn, Angela, am yr adroddiad yma, wrth gwrs, wedi bod yn y pwyllgor QSE dwytha, os dwi'n cofio'n iawn, felly wedi cael i graffu, wedi cael sylw manwl, ond unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw, dwi am droi at Ertha gyntaf wedyn Rhian yna Gareth yn y drefn yna.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Andrew, I've got a question and I'm fully aware there may not be an answer, but really appreciate the focus on learning, because obviously that's really important. We've got to learn from our last mistakes, and really appreciate there's a list, for me it's on page 28 of your report, regarding ways of looking at our learning. So we've got organisational and learning improvement framework, organisational learning forum, thematic review forum, quality learning portal. And my question is there a way that we can measure the impact of that? Can we measure how the learning is being embedded and it continues to be embedded? Is there a way that we can do that?
Can I come back in straight away, Chair?
Sure.
Yeah. So that is something that we're working on to try and get those outcomes available. Working with NHS Executive or PNI as they are now, to look at how we can do that systematically. It's something across the country that we need to make sure that we're undertaking. We're hoping that some of the triangulation that we've got with the areas that we've been working on will allow us to get some themes that come through, that then we can pick out what are the key outcomes, what are the key understanding. We are trying to measure our themes around incidents, for instance, and complaints, and to identify whether there's been a reduction in the numbers. So it's more of a quantitative rather than a qualitative understanding of actual numbers around those incidents. And we did a piece of work a couple of years ago around the WHO checklist within theatres, and did very measured consistent work around the application and the auditing of whether they were applied or not, and we have seen those numbers reducing. We now have to go back and review to see what's the quality of the WHO checklist, rather than it being just the numbers that. So there are different ways that we're trying to do it and have a consistent method, and that's the next step on the journey, I would suggest.
Great, thank you, Angela.
Diolch yn iawn, Rhian.
One is just a little point about terminology. Somewhere it talks about localised care hubs. What are they? You know, I've not come across that particular term before. But when it talks about localised care hubs and telehealth services, again, like Eartha, how are we able to measure the impact of these changes to services and how they? And I'm not seeing that at the moment. There must be a way of doing it, otherwise why bother? You know, why have them?
Yeah.
They're not successful.
Impact.
Release resources elsewhere.
Bring Gareth in before returning.
Yeah, actually, I mean, that was my question. I've got a number of other detailed questions, which I don't think any of them are massive public interest, and so Angela said she'll write to me about them. But it was that one about what do we mean by integrated care hubs, and are they the sorry, I'm going to have to resort to an abbreviation because I can't understand, but I asked whether they're the projects which are funded by the region.
Yes, very good. Okay, well, look forward to some postcards going back and forth between you two. Just check. That's not, doesn't matter. Okay, Angela, so response, please.
So those are localised initiatives as Gareth has identified, with pockets of funding within our clusters to identify almost. I think in the past we brought a case through to, I don't know if it was board or QSC, where we identified a cardiology service within a GP practice that was providing more localised services and allowing people to come for treatment within that area rather than going to an acute site. And some of these are hubs that can provide that one-stop shop, if you like. Some of the work we're doing around the Women's Health Plan is an expectation that we will have a women's health hub within Betsy, a first one, by the end of the year, and that is the work that I'm the SRO for, that we're looking at making sure that people can go for different things around menopause, around different women's health issues in one place. So the telemedicine thing is something that we have got pockets of in different areas, and it's something that is as accepted over recent years as being a way for us to manage expectations of waiting lists and things like that, for people to be able to be seen in a more timely manner, the things that you can actually look at when you're on a screen with somebody. So I'm used to it in England in dermatology, and we would have telemedicine within dermatology. We can measure the output from a performance perspective on the throughput of patients going through there, and then on the translation of whether it has to be moved to a surgical intervention or not, what the outcomes are for the patients using patient reported outcomes. I'd have to get a little bit more information on the ones that are in the report, but I certainly would be able to provide that back.
Can I just follow up? So I don't know where these hubs are. I don't know how they fit together. I don't know how they're distributed across the piece. So does that mean for the general public that it's a bit of a postcode lottery, depending what they can get locally? And I just see how all of these things mesh together. I'm not getting the spider's web effect, I think, that's the point.
Okay.
Do you want to come here?
Carol.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Thanks so much. I just had a couple of reflections more generally, really. And, I was sort of think, what are our big quality challenges? And try to lift up from the individual systems and processes, which we've done a huge amount of work on, and we could really see has gained traction. And the QMS is a great vehicle for that, because if I just pick up Rian's comment about how does it all tie together, in the QP, which is quality planning part, this is about how do we design services, models of care that have got quality and positive experiences designed in, hardwired in. And we do that generally when we work well with people who are going to use the services and for whom we're there to serve. So when I was sort of looking at the report and thinking about what are our big quality challenges, I think those three key messages that are outlined on page 4 of the report sort of really did stand out for me as a board. How are we sure that we are driving quality as a theme through the clinical services plan, the organisational strategy, through our recruitment, through our deployment of resources? Quality and value are part of the three-legged sort of stool. We know we've got big issues about access, so that felt to me like a big area for us, and we are focused on it. We just talked about planned care. Next meeting, we're going to talk about urgent and emergency care, and before too long, we'll be right in primary and community care as well. And then fundamental to a effective organisation that drives quality is how we work with people. So I thought that we just to try to, there's loads of brilliant examples of the work that we're doing across the organisation. I see that every time I'm out and about. But in terms of at the board level, what have we got to grapple with now? It's probably those three big things in terms of influencing strategy and models for the future. So Matt, Rian, I wouldn't worry that you don't know what the map is, but is there a map that's coherent and understandable, I think is probably the question for the future.
Yeah, very good. Okay, os nad oes sylwar, gawn ni dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, adroddiad blynyddol ansawdd. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y diolch hefyd i'r pwyllgor am y gwaith craffu ma' nhw wedi wneud ar hynna. Ymlaen i'r eitem nesa, eitem 3.3, adroddiad gwella ansawdd, ac eto troi at Angela gyfrwr.
Diolch. So this is our regular board improving quality report, which identifies the position for the last period. You'll note that we've had a slight increase in the number of open incidents over 90 working days, but saying that we are still the best in Wales, and we've got an example of the nearest case to us around that. From a complaints position, we are sustaining the improvement, as I've mentioned in the last paper, around our complaints, and we're averaging around 85% compliance against the 30 working day expectation. We are really pleased that we are not seeing an increase in returned complaints or increase in ombudsman cases based on that, which suggests that the quality of the responses that are going out are still where we would expect them to be. From a Civica survey position, we are doing well against the standards, a benchmark of 85% for Wales. Obviously, we want to exceed those standards and want to get the best feedback around the experiences that our patients are having of our services. We've got infection control targets that have been set and that we're working towards, and we've got our full engagement across the health board. I did identify some of the work we were doing to get medical engagement across the health board, and that has been extremely successful now. We've got individual IHC and divisional plans in place. We've had really good engagement from the teams on their action plans, and we're seeing things going the right direction. As I've mentioned previously, we had the national team and come and support us last year with a report that came in early this year, which we've now actioned, and we've got buy-in from estates and facilities, medical colleagues, and across to make sure that we're meeting those requirements. Across Wales, as I mentioned, we've got the interest in our quality dashboard and our QMS app. And that work is really progressing. Our challenge services that we identified are going through that process and coming to the end of their initial assessments, supported by Paolo's team. We're now looking at that spread and at scale for the whole of the organisation to have access to do their baseline assessments before we then get that repository of quality manuals that we're expecting at the end of this. We've got the Regulation 28 that is articulated in the report. And the learning from that has been taken forward. This is a case that unfortunately happened a couple of years ago. The way we undertake investigations has changed since then, as colleagues will be aware, following the integrated concerns policy implementation, and we've responded to the coroner based on that Regulation 28. The information that was given around the care of the patient and family in the coroner's inquest, we've taken steps to make sure that the actions were implemented as soon as we understood them 2 years ago, and we've got assurances that the things that we put in place have been sustained during that time. From the point of view of the investigation criticism that we got from the coroner, I have identified, even though we've changed the process now, a look back on some of the investigations that have happened in historical times, very similar to the inquest review work that we undertook, to make sure that we've got assurances that all the things that we had in place were supposed to be in place, and that we've actually not got any other cases that we might have that have got those issues.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn am ymdroddiad yna. Sylwadau, cwestiynau. Dda. Billy, wedyn Claire.
Thank you, for both your reports, very helpful. Just thinking about patient flow and emergency departments, etc. I'm mindful of my question at the last board and our conversation last week. Just wondered if you could update about what we're doing on corridor care.
Okay, yeah, by the way.
Okay, so from a corridor care perspective, obviously there's a lot of interest from the public, from Royal Colleges around what we're doing from a patient safety perspective within corridor care. A number of months ago, I identified that I was working with the operational teams and the directors of nursing for each of the IHCs to understand the breadth of the issue, because I think that there was a lack of data consistently being applied across this subject. So we've now been working with the teams to develop a dashboard. We're looking at the definitions of what corridor care is, whether it is somebody sat on a corridor in the main department rather than in a waiting room waiting for a blood test result, or whether it's actually care being delivered within a corridor setting, and how we can capture that and articulate it. So working with very closely with Tamina and with Shri around how we can identify that, and then what the risk we identify is of the patients being nursed in the corridor and then the patients being within a ward area as an extra patient boarded. And that is a very live conversation that we're having. We're meeting on a fortnightly basis. We've got an example of the dashboard going to the group next week for us to understand what it can pull through, and that visibility then will be available. There is an escalation process in place through the department, through to the silver and gold on call, and up to my senior nursing team of any issues that are happening within those spaces in the corridors that care is being delivered. We have applied extra staffing to those areas for the oversight and support of the patients in those areas, and they are reviewed on an hourly basis by the nurse in charge to go around and identify what is happening. So obviously it's not a situation that we would want. It is a situation because of the flow through the hospital, because of the demands within the emergency department and within the services, but we are managing it, and we are escalating, and we are reporting, and then getting the information from those reports, and the datixes that are come through the integrated concerns hub on a daily basis to identify if there's anything different that we need to do.
Jane.
Mind just a quick update on the quality report on something that's an emerging issue, which is we're seeing a rising risk around measles. The Northwest is seeing a big increase, and some of you may be aware of the child that died at Alderhay, and there are children in both the counties of Cheshire and Alderhay at the moment with measles. We have now had 2 confirmed cases of measles, both of them being seen in healthcare settings, and we have seen no healthcare transmission associated with those, which is really good news given how infectious it is. What we have done is that we are working with IPC colleagues and comms just to raise awareness, to get back, start to be thinking measles and thinking about that in terms of things like PPE. And we're also trying to raise awareness in the community about the risks of this. But I just wanted that noted for the board to be aware, because the biggest rise in measles cases last week was in the Chester area, so right on our borders now.
Okay. Just thinking about the improving quality report, I suppose a measure of success would be in many ways not having the report. That is, it's mainstreamed, so it's seen everywhere rather than a separate item in a way. So a challenge to us as a board is, I think, reflecting on all the detailed work that's happened, really good work. Okay, where next then with quality? Because we can almost get into Groundhog Days, you know, keeping a focus on the complaints and response and so on, which has been excellent. But where next? What's our ambition? What do we want to see? And I think it's something about where quality is embedded throughout the organisation. So just offering that as something to consider. I'll bring Claire in, and then Trian, and then we'll have some comments from Chris as well, in that order.
Yeah. So a couple of comments and that's a question which I think might be Shri actually, but so just joining together the annual quality report
Yeah.
preceded this item, where we've got kind of three key messages, and one of them is about embedding a culture of continuous learning. And it was really helpful, Angela, that you gave us some additional information around the neonatal prevention of future deaths, because I was concerned to think, you know, that was only 2 years ago, and at that point we were still not as robust as we need to be around learning from very serious events. So I know it's a key priority for everybody, but what would help us, I think, in terms of, so I think through the report now we are starting to develop the how we're doing it, what we've done, but we've got we talk about PAL's recorded 23 suggestions for improvement. What were they? Have we done any of them? Are they going to be embedded? Complaints things, we're still focusing more on delivering timely responses, and yet as a board I think we need to understand how we're responding to the themes that come out from those complaints. And sometimes the themes are included, but they're not included today. And then I think the specific question was the section that's called, this is about the prostate cancer audit. So under the clinical effectiveness section, I think this is new. I'm not sure we've seen this before, or I've not been alive to it. So we're talking about some audits and work that was due to complete for the end of March. And my reading of this, and I may have read it wrong, is that the service haven't responded. So as a board member, my question is, have we took that seriously? What were the actions? Why are they overdue? What are we doing to address it? Is this something that like the QSE would look at in more detail? It's not really a board, but the fact it's being reported to us is kind of, back to my opening comment, kind of reinforces to me we still have a lot of work to do around culture if these sorts of things aren't given the priority that that they ought to have.
Okay, I'll bring others in, and Angela have an opportunity to come back, and also just looking at Caroline in terms of the work of the committee. There's quite a lot of detail here in terms of scrutiny, which I think is appropriate for a committee to look into. So that's something to consider. Rhian, a wedyn Chris.
It was just a general point. I'd like to work out how we can get into primary and community care and have quality measures there as well. And I could have made that comment equally in the performance report, because I'm not sure that we're getting the information. So it's hard. I know it's a difficult one, but we've got to get to grips with it, I think.
No, good point. Chris?
Just two very small points. One was on the Reg 28, and I think at the time, this might just be a peculiarity when the report was drafted. We hadn't responded formally. I think the date response was the 15th this month. So the question is, have we responded?
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. Second question was the HIW inspection of one of the units at Brennan I think. I know there are actions, I think there were lots of really positive things to come out of that.
Yeah.
One of the things that I noticed was there's a recommendation for I'm going to call it extracurricular art therapy. And one of the things that I recalled from the visit that I had with Caroline to Brennan was that those therapies are being provided certainly in the medium secure units. And I wonder whether there is scope for inter-unit collaboration. I know it's more difficult with the medium secure given the type of patients, but those services are being provided on that site or in a different unit. So it seems like an easy fix and a really positive thing for those patients as well.
Okay, so maybe respond to some, and then Carol will also respond. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. So the primary and community care, absolutely, we need to be capturing that. We've identified that within QSE, under current steerage, how we can do that. We have got the quality dashboard, as I identified in, but it's predominantly secondary care, to be fair. We are looking at what information we can capture, obviously from a primary care perspective, then with our non-managed services, GPs, then getting that information is something that Steve's been working on to get very consistent information around complaints and incidents and things like that. Our own, obviously, we can capture that, but then it gets quite skewed when you've only got small numbers being reported, and that's what we found at QSE when we undertook that. From a HIW perspective, I'll say that it's something we can look at, that I will pass to Teresa, and then the clinical effectiveness is actually Shri, so if that's okay.
Okay, bring Shri in, but Teresa, Shri, Carol.
Ie. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Ma' wahaniaeth rhwng y ddau pan o'r gwaith celf sy'n digwydd. Celf a lles sy'n digwydd yn Bryn y Neuadd ar y cyfan. Gyd, ond ar y cyfan. Arts and Wellbeing, un o'r tîmau iechyd cyhoeddus, dwi'n nabod tîm yna. A wedyn y gwaith da ni angen yn rhan o'r gwaith Bryn y Neuadd ydy'r celf a therapi sydd yn wahanol wrth gwrs. Oherwydd mae yna gwahaniaeth a digwydd bod o'n i yn Tŷ Llywelyn ddoed, ac o'na gwaith gwych yn digwydd ar celf a lles, a rhaid ni ddeud, a mi wna i adael i aelodau'r bwrdd gwybod fwy yn y flwyddyn newydd, dwi'n siŵr ynglŷn â ddyddiad. Ond o ran y therapi, mae gynnon ni rhywfaint o gapia. Wrth gwrs rhaid ni edrych ar yr arian oherwydd da ni ddim yn hanesyddol wedi gwneud y gwaith yna gymaint a da ni wan, gwybod bod yn gallu gwneud gwahaniaeth i canlyniadau'r cleifion. Wedyn mae yna waith i edrych ar opsiynau, Chris, ond o fewn y celf a therapi dwi'n meddwl ydy'r angen o ran y HIV. Wedyn, da ni'n edrych ar hynny, a mae gynnon ni aelod newydd sydd yn arwain ar therapi o fewn y celfa. Dwi'n cael fyddyda, a dwi'n gwybod bod yr is-gadeirydd wedi cwrdd â Greg yn ddiweddar.
Shri, anything to add from clinical point of view?
Yeah, just a couple of things. The first bit I was going to say was about the prostate cancer itself.
Yeah.
I think we are aware that there is some small diagnostic delay in prostate cancer. That's because of the techniques that we use to do need to do the biopsy on. We are training most clinicians to do the cranial approach for the biopsy. So we are improving the standards in the prostate cancer as such. And also looking at from the population health dynamics, we know that certain groups of people are more likely to get prostate cancer than others. So we are trying to see what we can do about the clinic arrangements, whether how we can target the target population as it was, and see how we can identify prostate cancer early in those groups.
Yeah.
So that's the first bit. The second bit is I was going to say about was to do with the clinical effectiveness group. We are monitoring the outcomes of all the cancer audits. And we want to actually make sure that that is in line with it at the moment. So we have got very thin on the data with national audits, but we will going to produce more data, and then we'll have a better idea of where we need to improve on everything.
Carol?
Yeah, thanks, Byron. So I was thinking about your challenge to us about where we're next. I think it's really visible the change, the absolute improvement in some of our systems and processes. That's really clear. I think, as I said earlier, under the annual quality report item, it's now about seeing quality being hardwired into strategy and planning, into our day-to-day oversight monitoring in an integrated way. So two reports time, we're going to be looking at the integrated performance report. It's maybe a personal sort of bugbear of mine, but when people talk about performance, they often mean access performance, but we've taken an integrated approach. So quality and access is quality, actually. Access, quality, you know, the quality, the preparation of the workforce and the numbers, that's a quality aspect, as well as the available deployment of resources in a value-based way. So I think there's a bit of thinking for us to do in terms of how we make sure that if this report wasn't here, that people don't get the impression that we're not focusing on quality. Because if we're serious about having quality, being quality driven, it would be in everything. So I think we take that challenge away, perhaps as an exec team, and have a think about that.
That'd be good to provide the best possible outcomes for the people of our region, the people we serve. Quality has got to be at the heart of it, isn't it? Because we're not saying, well, okay, we'll give you this second best offer. You know, it's about the very best that is possible and getting everything geared up to that. So, because the danger is, if we see it separately, it becomes a process in itself, and it feeds itself. And before you know where you are, you've got a mini organization going on. Whereas actually, it's at the heart of everything, isn't it? So that's the challenge.
And may I add one more challenge into that? Not that we are gonna, but you know, we're here for all of the population.
Absolutely,
A lot of
absolutely.
the indicators are quite secondary care.
Yes,
You're absolutely
yes,
right.
Yes.
We've got indicators of quality in primary and community. Indicators of quality for people who receive care in a care home, for
Yes,
example.
yes.
But we've got to get that visibility and that coherence, I think. So that's challenge number 2.
Great.
So
Great, diolch yn iawn. So really conversation, diolch yn iawn I bawb am y cyfraniadau, diolch am yr adroddiad. Pawb yn hapus I nodi'r adroddiad, diolch I Angela a tîm am y gwaith. Ymlaen I eitem 3.5, ag adroddiad ar berfformiad integredig, adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd gynta, ac a'r pwyllgor mae Gareth yn cadeirio, felly dros at y ti, Gareth.
Yeah, well, you know, I like to take reports mostly as read, just a couple of points. So we'll start with a positive. We were really encouraged by the presentation from Stuart about his thinking and his colleagues thinking about working towards a estate strategy that actually is integrated to an overall strategy. So although that is very much work in progress, I think we felt really encouraged by that. The second point I wanted to make is that probably slightly less encouraging. We had a very interesting paper about the increase of the corporate centre particularly in terms of cost. And as I say in the report, I think I'm really raising this now because it's probably a matter that needs to be looked into further, both by us and people and culture, is that I think there's been quite a lot of evidence of, and it's not just in the corporate centre, I want to be clear, of sort of grade inflation. Obviously, we want to reward people for doing a good job, but the way you reward them is not say, well, actually, let's just sort of pretend this is a more senior job than it actually is. So I think we're addressing that, I know, through a more rigorous approach to job evaluation, but I think it is, again, a legacy issue that we face. And, you know, we have to defend the value of what we're doing. Actually, even internally with the corporate centre, it does some really important work, but we have to be, when I go out and visit people on the front line, I have to look them in the eye and assure them that we're not wasting money in the centre when they feel they're hard pressed to deliver. And the final point is just to say that actually let's go that point away. So I talk in this report about whether not knowing whether the Welsh Government was going to provide additional resources for the insourcing and outsourcing, and they've decided not to. That is as it is, but it comes back to the point I made earlier, which is the problem isn't that we are just buying insourcing and outsourcing. The problem is we are doing it to do stuff that we actually should have the capacity to, in the most part, not always, most parts of do internally if we had got solved the longer term issues. And I just want to say that it is really disheartening, I think, for people. And I know we're going through a good process, which I think is being led by strategy and transformation planning within your team, to look at how we reprioritise to find the £7 million we need to deliver that. But it's deeply demoralising, and I know from some specific examples for people who thought that we'd resolved what was happening with funding for posts this year and now find it's up for grabs again. I don't think we've got any alternative, and I don't want to just say it's all our government's fault. That's too easy. I think it is a real challenge to us about really grasping the net of the longer term issues, because until we do, we are going to be depriving some of the frontline services of money they actually need to do good work.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Gareth, cwestiynau? Wel, mae Karen efo cwestiwn.
Thank you. Diolch. 85% increase is a bit alarming. Are we sure? I mean, I wasn't there for the meeting, so you might have explored this, but are we sure that it is all inappropriately graded staff? Because
no, it's not all, but
it doesn't add up.
Yeah, no,
and then I think we've had moves in over time of areas coming under corporate services, like I think digital and data come under, which obviously is a big expenditure. So I think it would be interesting for everyone else after today to maybe have a little bit more of a picture around what exactly had created that 85%, because just seeing that like that, it looks extortionate. And
I think, as I say, Karen, that six, if you take roughly, you'd expect if it was the same number of people at the same grades, given what wage increases have been, then you'd expect that it had gone up about 60%, but it's gone up 85%. I think there obviously is some health warnings about, but there's nothing that justifies that increase in terms of, movement of services in and out of the centre. So I'm not saying all that difference is down to grade inflation, but I'm pretty sure a significant chunk of it is. And I also have anecdotal, well, more than anecdotal, I know of specific issues where this has been flagged up with me, not in the corporate sector, of where there has not been, it is line managers deciding on rebanding of their staff without any proper process. So I'm sure that's not happening now, but a very particular case was raised with me very recently.
Right. I'm going to ask Carol as accountable officer to say something, because I think we're getting into the territory of almost into details of individual posts and assessing them and so on. So I think facts are paramount, and we may not have all the facts, but Carol, what is your interpretation?
Yeah, thanks very much. So my interpretation is a paragraph in a chair's report, probably, with all the best will in the world, can't describe the full situation. And it would be really good to have perhaps a more detailed conversation about this. And this is the time period between 2019-20 and 24-25. So a lot of years, and a lot's happened in there. Global pandemic, the need to expand certain aspects, infection prevention control, for example, investments. You've received new vaccination services and all sorts of things coming through there. But also the organisation before my time, but in 2021-22, went through a major reorganisation where posts got moved to different parts. So we're not really comparing like with like in this period. So there's a bit of caution, I would say, around this. That said, there is absolutely right, and this is something that I've been driving, and George here with me on Foundations for the Future, is to get our resources in the right place to do the job we need to do. That's the sort of bottom line on that. And that means that there's no value competition between people on the front line and then people in the corporate centre. Imagine not having people who look after our cybersecurity, for example, and so we have to be a little bit cautious about how we describe the different skills that we need to do all of our business. And that's really why we've got to have a good look, and we have been having a really good look at how we set up as an organisation. We're now in the detailed design phase. We are actively looking at the remits of corporate functions, which will help to, and service functions actually, will help to determine the right staffing in the right areas. And it will change again. So I'm really clear about that. So we just need the caveat on that. I just want to say something about job evaluation. And there is going to be a new policy coming through, and I have had concerns about job evaluation. I asked the Internal Audit Service to take a look at it, and it wasn't satisfactory in my view. So myself and George have talked with the trade unions about this, and we will be taking a very clear approach to this. And it's only right that we have those assurances come through, and maybe at one of the committees can look at it. But it's a pretty complex area to really sort of described in one element. Could I, while I've got the floor, just comment briefly on prioritisation? So when I come to the organisation, like many colleagues, there's been a long history of wanting to progress services but not having the full funding for it. So you're left with funding gaps. And so when we came into the organisation, some plugging of gaps. We've got to get all that sorted out, because Gareth, your point is absolutely right. we want to get that sort of settled and in the baseline budget, then we know where we are. So the exercise of prioritisation against the additional funding that the government gave the organisation 4 years ago now, that's an exercise of just trying to, at least in part, if we don't fulfil it fully, to have cleared and normalised some areas. There will be some things that we say, well, actually, the priorities have changed, so we may need to make some different decisions. But we mustn't shy away from prioritising use of our resources to our key priorities and deliverables now. So we'll learn from the process. It's been a bit tricky, I think, and we're still midway through that.
Can I just make clear, for the avoidance of doubt, that I draft this report myself.
Of course.
So I take full responsibility for it. And if people don't think I'm giving an accurate representation, I'm very happy to give up the chair of the committee. But I stand by what I've said here.
No,
and obviously the papers are available that came to the committee. So
and if there's a need to do detailed work at the appropriate committee, can do that around the issue that's been raised. So. Diolch yn iawn. Pam hapus I nodi y droddiad yna gan Gareth. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa 3.5. Adroddiad ar berfformiad integredig. A dydy Steve ddim yma. Felly dwi'n meddwl Carol sy'n mynd I gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Diolch yn iawn, Carol.
Diolch, Gareth. So this is a team report relating to integrated performance at month 3. As you say, Steve is on leave, so thanks to his team for drawing this report together for us. This is a report that has been developing, and as I've mentioned in other places, we're trying to start to move from what is a picture to a story, and we've still got some way to go on that as yet. The report is in domains, and your comment earlier, Chair, about quality. Quality is one of those domains, and I'm going to turn to each lead executive for just an update report, particularly in relation to those areas where we are not meeting the performance standard that is expected of us. Don't expect Angela to repeat her improving quality report, but I just go to each colleague just to update on whether there's anything that they would wish to draw to the attention of the board. Each committee has oversight of specific key areas, and the PFIG committee has a oversight of probably one of the most challenged areas, which is the access performance. So start with Angela, whether there was anything you wanted to update.
Thank you, Carol. Just the learning from events reports, really. So it was an escalated area that we repurposed the inquest oversight meeting that was fortnightly for us to review them with the IHCs and divisions. There's been some real support from the divisions, and you'll see we are on a reducing trajectory. We have had some feedback that there's some more work needed on a few that have gone in, which isn't to be unexpected in submitting things to Welsh Government. So we will work on those, but we have the commitment, and we've got the oversight and the grip and control now within the IHC and division. So I think that's the only thing I wanted to raise.
Thank you. I'll keep rolling.
Sure.
If that's okay. So the next area relates to workforce and OD. So George.
Yep. So there's 3 areas I wanted to raise. Our PADR rates continue to rise, which is really positive. We've been stuck for quite a while, but now we're seeing an increase, which is great. Agency spend again continues to decrease, which is also really positive, linked to our enabling actions. And then the 3rd area I just wanted to pick up was around sickness. Our sickness rates have remained static for quite a long period of time. We'll be undertaking a deep dive into that, and the actions and the output of that being overviewed by the people of Contra.
Lovely, thanks, George. Access and activity. We've just had obviously the planned care report, but there may be a bit more to say on that. But if I can go to Tamina, and then I'll go to Teresa on anything on mental health.
Thank you. I suppose a couple of things to note, and it might come through when we see subsequent there's always reports, but one of the areas that we have been concerned about is access to mental health services for under 18, particularly what we described as being Part 1B. I was really pleased we had our meeting with Welsh Government earlier this week where we were able to describe an improvement in that trajectory. And whilst the target is to get to the target by the end of Q4, we're probably on track to deliver that by the end of Q3. So I just really wanted to know all the work that's going on in the CAM services, particularly as we're still challenged around some of our staffing for our consultant colleagues. And I suppose just picking up on your point, Rhiannon, I think you're absolutely right. We tend to focus on the measurements, A, that we've been asked to do by the Welsh Government, and B, that seem kind of easy to measure. So I think part of the work we're doing around primary and community services is to look at the way in which we will measure our activity, metrics that are meaningful to clinicians, but also to people using our services. I think, as Carol alluded to earlier, we are aware there's a significant piece of work we need to do around what's happening in and around our emergency departments, some of which is a here and now set of improvement activities, but also how we work with primary and community colleagues, so we are delivering care closer to where people are and really begin to work on that prevention agenda. Delighted that Jane's supporting me in that as we start to think about what that program is going to look like as well. So I suppose it's a general invite any independent members who might be interested in having some thoughts on that would be really welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Tamina, thank you. We go to Teresa on mental health. That's all right.
Mae'r sefyllfa o dan y targed ar hyn o bryd, ond wrth gwrs ni wedi bod yn gweithio o ran y pobl sydd yn aros cyfnod hir. Mae hynny yn golygu bod yna wedi bod effaith positif, swn i'n dweud, ar y pobl sydd ar y rhestra aros, ond o ran y cydymffurfiau i bod yn negyddol. Ond da ni yn gobeithio fydden ni o'r sefyllfa gwell mis yma. A mae'r ffigurau sydd yn validated yn dangos fod ni ar y trywydd iawn o ran 1A. A debyg iawn ydyn ni o ran 1B hefyd, ond da ni'n gobeithio fydden ni'n y lle iawn erbyn mis Gorffennaf. Da ni wedi adrodd hyn yn y cyfarfod IQPD fel oedd Tamina'n sôn am rwan. Mae gynnon ni waith yn digwydd hefo grwpiau gweithio task and finish i wneud yn siŵr bod ni'n edrych ar bob un opsiwn.
Diolch, Teresa. Thanks very much. I won't invite Russ to add anything on performance, financial performance, because he's got a whole report. So I'll just pause, and I'm sure that colleagues, will support any questions specifically.
Diolch yn iawn. Anything to say about in general in terms of the presentation of the report maybe and how as a board in the short time frame we have in our meetings, how we can try and capture performance maybe in a more succinct way?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Is that another challenge?
So I think so. When I got these, I think that they were at 78 slides. Some of us loved the detail,
yes,
and
yes.
Some of us really need the Reader's Digest version.
That's me.
So, of course, we've got committees that do quite a lot of this. So I think that is the challenge, is to draw out the big ticket things, either the things that actually we are getting to grips with and we're improving. And I think George has given a couple of examples of that. Or that we are finding difficult, we are putting specific actions and focusing on when we expect to get those results through. So I think we can look to perhaps, and then Pam, you've always got this good advice for us, which is put information in the supporting pack for those who do want a bit more detail. And so perhaps we can trim this down.
Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiynau sylwadau? Dwi'n gweld mae'r Rhian isio holi, a ddod y Pam mewn wedyn. A Gareth?
Yeah, sorry, it's just, there's nothing in here, and maybe there shouldn't be, but about how we're managing people who are waiting, either waiting for an appointment or waiting for treatment or follow-up. Now, I know follow-up was mentioned before, but I think it's the whole issue of dialogue and communication and clarity of what people can expect and by when, and that we deliver on that.
Yeah. Yeah, so hold that for a minute. Gareth,
Yes, Pam.
well, good.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, yep.
I don't know.
No,
I was on.
I may have a matter around the presentation.
I mean, just overall, I think, you know, particularly on the access and activity, which is a bit my committee's responsible for, it's really pretty depressing, isn't it? You know, I think it's difficult to take assurance that as yet that we can see the outputs of all the efforts that's going in to improve things. That's stating the obvious perhaps, but you know, I don't want to underestimate the effort that is going in. There's a couple of technical issues I've got, which are just that I think we need to be clearer when we talk about things being off target. Do we mean off target as in what the Welsh Government expects, or off target as in our trajectory? And also with that in mind, I didn't really understand when it comes to the detailed report, which I know perhaps we won't bring to the full board in future, but there are a lot of things where we say the trajectories are to be confirmed, and you know, we signed off the annual delivery plan, so I don't really understand why there's a to be confirmed. Couple of other points very briefly, just to echo what Rhian said earlier about primary and community care. There is a lot of development going, thinking to this. What I do want to pay tribute. I know this. Almost too much, but there are constant improvements, things like the theatre optimization, which we're not seeing changes, but the fact the data's there is really important. But yeah, we've got nothing really, have we, on primary community care? So that is an area I'd like to see. Long waits and particularly ambulance handovers in ED. I noticed from the latest Welsh Government stats that there's been really dramatic improvements in some other parts of Wales, particularly in Morriston, I think, which was always, you know, competing with us for the title of most ambulances outside. So I'm sure we are, but can we just make sure that we are looking at what other people are doing? Yeah, just theatre utilisation. Yeah, it's great to have the data, but it's disappointing we're not really seeing any shift yet. But thanks for the report, and yeah.
Pam, something about the presentation and so on.
So I think it's a good conversation, because I think we're iterating as we progress, you know. And one of the things, so I agree with Carol, maybe there's something we can look at, some of the stuff in the supporting information, and then actually what are the, I don't know, say top 5 performance measures that are off track, you know, that the board will really focus on some of those. And if that's off track this month, what's the plan to, you know, so I do think there's something about, for the board, almost less information in one sense, because the detail will be at the committee, but as well as giving some of the information. And then I just had a thought, which is always dangerous. There's something around, whilst we've got the chair's assurance reports, I think it would be really good to include within the summary report. So at the Quality and Safety Committee, for example, some of the sort of focus, some of the assurances that were sought, and then further matters to escalate. So there's just something around that. There's always a danger when you have too much information, you can't see the wood for the trees. And from a board perspective, it's about, you know, everything's important, of course, but there may be, say, you know, a smaller number of targets which are absolutely off, you know, not meeting the trajectory that the board may want to focus on, and then get some of the other shown. So I think there's just a bit of work. I'm sure we can have a conversation around that. That's just some thoughts anyway.
No, I think that's really useful. And I think there is something about less is more in all of this. And maybe some simple questions like, what's the issue? What are we doing about it? How are we going to get the evidence?
Yeah.
So that sort of approach, so we can see how progress actually happens. Claire.
Yeah. Perhaps I'll start with a little governance point as well. You know, these things are developing still, but I guess for me, some of the information in this paper is in 2 other papers as well. So can we just report things once? So learning from events and quality report, performance report, and it's in the governance report. And also, we're still not at a point where we're reporting consistently on dates. So I think Carol said this is the Q1 report. Some of the data are near April, some of it's May. And that we have kind of benign comments in that say, you know, no further updates been received. Back to culture again, we need to make sure that all of our staff and managers understand why evidencing and collecting this information is important, what it's used for, etc., etc. So I just felt I needed to just say that. On specifics, 52 weeks, people wait, it's bothering me because I read this report. So I've read the plan around plan care, but I worry about 52-week waits are going up. And I'm no mathematician, but that is going to have an impact on 104 weeks at some point soon. So are we alive to that? How are we as an exec, how is the exec team looking at that and ensuring those 52 weeks don't slip into our next category of concern, really? And then our 12-hour waits in ED has got worse over 2 years than that. I'm pleased we're going to have a deep dive on that in September, because I think as a board we need to understand the plan around improving that. And then just finally to say, we mentioned primary care lots and lots and lots in the board. It's going to fall under the remit of the PPHP committee.
Yes.
So the report does say from September there will be some KPI data coming here, but I'm hopeful that through that committee we'll start to work out what the key measures are, what gets reported where, what that committee's role is going to be around looking at primary care and the whole kind of health improvement, health inequality agenda, and then how that'll feed through to the board. So
definitely.
it's another committee for to come to.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Russ, you had a comment, and I'll bring Carol in to on mic before that, if that's okay. Carol to conclude.
Yeah, Chair. So I suppose it was just my reflection. So the way the report was set up, and I know it's morphed, and we'll have a conversation outside the committee, but on one side with the 4 quadrants and then an explanation page for each quadrant meant that effectively within 5 pages you had an interpretation of what are the key issues and what are the things being done. Maybe we could look to see how that would fit back into this, and then all the subsequent pages are there essentially as information for you to go through the relevant quadrants. So we did have that sort of hierarchy of format before. Maybe we can have a look at whether that was working and try and morph it back into more of that version.
Okay, great. Diolch yn iawn. Mike?
Yeah, it's just a very small point, really. In the quality performance section, I've noticed that we've got quite a few items where our Wales rank, it's a benchmark, our Wales ranking is not the be all and end all, but we've got this term local metric appearing. I wondered if that could be reviewed. It looks to me like some of those we would have some national, Welsh national data for. It may be that we don't, but if that could just be looked at.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Carol, going to round up?
Thanks very much. Just to follow up on Rhian's point, there is something called the 3 Ps programme, which is where we prepare and support people who are waiting. And we had a really interesting presentation on that from the colleagues who established that, and it's under the planned care programme. So, of course, we want to be able to be in a position where people aren't waiting as long, you know, and need a little bit less. However, one of the key points of learning is that people are often not prepared and fit for surgery when they get referred in. So there's quite a lot of work to do in relation to that. There are wider issues about communication about where people are on the list and all of that, and the government has made some announcements around that and the potential or otherwise of the NHS app to help with that. Just wanted to comment on the 52-week wait, really alive to that, which is why in the 6 steps of the planned care programme, number 1 is actually validate the list. Let's be clear that they are people who genuinely would benefit from being seen and potential treatments, and so clerical and clinical validation. Number 2 really looks at referral advice and guidance, and we're underdeveloped as an organisation. We don't offer our referrers many options other than we'll put somebody on a waiting list. So introducing that is really, really important, and potential for other professionals to support as well. So I won't go through it all, but they're the elements, and we'd be applying that to the whole list, not just towards the back end of the list here. But it's good to have the discussion about what should come here, what should be at committees, and making it accessible, because if we don't find it that accessible, how might members of the public find it accessible? So I think that's a good, I'm leaving with a long list of challenges. So we'll take that as an exec team and work on that one.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, sgolch yn dda, ac asesiad o'n perfformiad ni, lot fawr o waith i wneud mewn sawl maes yn does. Iep, pawb yn hapus, diolch yn iawn i chi am hynny. Dyn ni symud at eitem nesa 3.6, adroddiad cyllid. Dwi'n gweld, dyn ni'n rhedeg chydig bach yn hwyr, ond dwi'n siŵr bydd yr sôn cyflwyno'r adroddiad mewn ffordd effeithiol i ni. Diolch Russell.
Diolch, I will do my best to make up some time. I think if I just wander you through key headlines and then more than happy to take any questions. So just outside of where we are reporting in the document itself, so just a snapshot of health boards and position across NHS Wales. So currently £77 million in deficit at the first quarter end. Forecast deficit position of around £175 million with risk, and that will breach the MEG, unfortunately. So significant financial challenge essentially across the whole of NHS Wales as we move forward, and hence no resources available to be offered to support due to delivery of planned care. The resources effectively are committed. Lots of pressure and lots of challenge. So it is quite a financially distressed environment at this time, and there's an awful lot of work to move that into a better position. Where we find ourselves on that journey, we have a break-even plan submission, of course, through our IMTP. We've got a year-to-date deficit, £7.8 million. That is largely driven by our savings deficits, so 5.8 million. We have the value sustainability. We are doing an awful lot of work. There is lots of opportunity. At the moment, we have £17.5 million green schemes now, so we are improving, almost underwritten 50% of our programme. We have another 15 million of opportunities or red-rated schemes. And again, the challenge is turn those opportunities into green schemes as we go forward. We are using that to supplement ourselves with non-recurrent resource. So you'll note also there's a workforce change in that we've moved our workforce up by removing what we call vacancy factor. What that essentially means is we run with a natural level of vacancies, but we're budgeted to have all of those vacancies filled. People surrender that resource non-recurrently whilst they're still trying to recruit to those posts, possibly using some of that resource for backfill for bank agency, etc. When they can, they free that up non-recurrently. What we shouldn't be doing is taking the hot equivalents, because we're not disbanding the posts. We're just taking the gratuitous gain of having an underspend within that area. And so we made sure we don't apply that practice going forwards. Otherwise, we artificially deflate our establishment. Unless those posts are going to come out as part of our savings initiative, we keep those posts in. But we believe that that will also give us further non-recurrent savings once we start modelling that through. So we're on a journey to close off the 40 million gap, but there is a challenge to doing so. At the same time, we do have some overspends. We've got out-of-area placements, continuing healthcare, mental health and others, and they are driving cost pressures within the system. And again, we're going to have to consume those pressures. And we've got the normal to contend with, which is our capacity constraints, which is why that urgent emergency care and the patient flow is so important, because we've got those capacity areas still open to cope with that demand. And that engagement with our partners in social care, of course, is absolutely pivotal for us to be able to flow patients through the hospital. So there's an awful lot of work still to do, is the paraphrase, I'm afraid. The 7.8 million deficit position in Q1, we'll have to make that good if we're going to hit our break-even plan. And I'll remind members, because Welsh Government have reminded me, the £42 million and the 40 million, so the £82 million in some ways intrinsically linked to us being able to live within our means. And they have enough financial pressure, of course, some of the health boards. So they are very focused on us living within our means as we go forwards. The only other thing just to mention very quickly, if I may, is just the capital programme. It is a significant programme this year, 58.5 million. over £40 million of Welsh Government direct allocation. A large proportion of that is the orthopaedic development, of course, and myself and Stuart are working through how we can support that programme, both internally within the team and also wider, just to make sure that we get that delivery in place. And also we support, of course, not having a position where we have significant funds to commit in the last month of the calendar year as well. So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes on capital procurement and expenditure. But this happened. It's a good news story because we've got a lot of capital investment, of course, which is good. But it is the largest programme we've had in a very short number of years. So we do need to actively manage it to manage that risk out as we get towards the end of the financial year. Other than that, Chair, I'll leave any questions.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith ar yr adroddiad yna. Cwestiynau, dwi'n troi at Ursa, wedyn Rhian, wedyn Claire yn drefn yna.
Russell, I'm probably going to ask a really stupid question. I hope you're able to help me. But so I'm hearing obviously that we've got issues controlling budgets, which is we've heard that before, and there's a lot of focus on trying to cut down on expenditure. I'm just wondering if there's any way of realising or predicting savings that are going to come from transformation and productivity. I don't know if that's a stupid question or not, but I just wondered if we were moving into that space where we could start making a prediction from transformations, working differently.
Yeah,
Yes, go.
So value sustainability, clinical variation, absolutely crossovers, major work streams, major programme of works around planned care delivery. So as we've just alluded to, we've got 34 million of recurrent resource sitting in our baseline for planned care delivery. At the moment, we're committing that to premium working, in many instances, insourcing, outsourcing. If we can move our position into a productive environment on GERF standards through these major programmes, then that resource becomes free. That is our recurrent resource pots. So that can be reinvested in services or, of course, can be used to support a more efficient model of care. So there's an absolute synergy between the work streams. We are working fairly close together to make sure that we capture those. In the savings aspect on value sustainability and clinical variation, and this is not dissimilar to the national model because these are our national models that we follow as well. There isn't a lot of resource targeted as delivered against those work streams. Although when you look at the data, or if refer back to Gareth's comments earlier on the PFIG report, you look at theatre utilisation, for example, there's real opportunity there. You look at some of our standards and operating procedures compared to GERF outputs, there's real opportunity. So we need to capture that and be very clear what's for improvement. All of it is for improvement. All of it will improve access to patient care, but some of it will give us also financial sustainability as well.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhian?
Yeah, just a point on pay costs agency. If the Cabinet Secretary wants it down to 0, it's not going to happen, is it? Because here, every single area is forecasting expenditure across all months. Now, I understand that, but you're not going to get it down to 0, are you? It's not possible. And maybe in the scheme of things, 39 million isn't that much, but I think it is one of our targets.
So
are we working towards, there's no indication in the forecast when it's saying, 2 for every month.
And maybe the general question then, how we can have any confidence that we're going to reach that 0 target by the end of the financial year, in whatever path we follow. Rhian's on one thing in particular, but in general, this is the position now. So comparing it to maybe past performance, how confident are we that we are going to get to position 0?
Yeah, should we clarify the point about all agency being zero? I think George was going to helpfully offer something there.
Yes, no, please.
So, the zero target is for the 100% of for healthcare support workers, admin and clerical, and estates and ancillary staff. And the target for the rest of agency staff is a 30% reduction on the on last year's performance by the end of March. It's quite specific in terms of quite specific.
Sorry about that.
Zero, it's for 3 groups of staff only.
Right, that wasn't clear, that's all.
Okay. Thanks. Diolch. Unrhyw arall ar hwnna? Have we clarified that point?
I think sort of, yeah.
Yeah, so there's nothing else to clarify around that.
Make the report clearer.
Okay, fine.
That's what we'll do.
Claire?
Diolch. So a couple of questions. Why are we looking at a 4 million shortfall in it? I don't understand why the Welsh Government wouldn't be fully funding that.
Yeah.
And then Rhiann's asked about the admin and clerical. English tariffs. So it was again a question of understanding. We talk in the paper about JCC and an in-month reduction for English provider contracts. So are the prices set? Are they set locally with us, or are they set nationally? Just an who's in control? How does that work? I think is what I'm getting at there. And then have we made any progress on out of area beds? Where we've been identifying that for many a time, and one of our key challenges around managing resources more effectively.
So the NI shortfall, there was roughly a 14% shortfall in national insurance funding that came as an allocation back through central government over to Welsh Government.
Yeah.
And we have picked up a shortfall. So every health board has been asked to pick up a shortfall.
Yeah.
There's which has given us a £4 million risk exposure.
Additional saving.
Yeah. Additional ask for us, yeah. There was and we are having conversations. So our percentage is around 18% actually. So we're slightly higher than the 14%, which is the overall shortfall. Welsh Government, we are looking into the methodology. They have used social care costs effectively, and therefore national insurance charges out of the accounts as a basis for apportionment. So it's probably a more realistic assessment, and that reflects some organisations using different labour workforces rather than employed labour workforce. So if it had just been a straight line, we'd have had a 14% issue. Because it's been used based on what our NI costs are, we've effectively got an 18%. Now we are having that conversation. It's roughly about £800,000, £900,000 different. So it is worth having the conversation, but those are active at the moment. In terms of the English tariffs, so we are charged based on national tariff when we see activity across the border, and the baseline tariff has gone up effectively by 15%. So we have not been resourced at 15%. As a health board, we're more exposed than others to that cross-border charge, unfortunately. So that's giving us a residual financial challenge. Again, we're trying to have conversations with Welsh Government around that, because clearly that's an inflation issue for us in terms of the increasing cost. And the way we would have to manage that if the resources didn't arrive is to look at what activity is being serviced cross-border and see how more cost effectively we could do that, or renegotiate with our providers who are cross-border, because it's not an increasing cost to them. They haven't started paying someone 14% more. They're just receiving 14% more in a tariff if they undertake that piece of activity based on their local population as opposed to ours. So those two are issues. The out of area, you're right, we are trying to tackle this. We've had a number of meetings, and this is subject to further review and escalation. And Carol's chairing some of those forums with our relevant colleagues.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Efo sylw nos nad oes. Gawn ni ddiolch am yr adroddiad yna. Mae yna waith arbennig o dda wedi digwydd fel da ni wedi nodi yn flaenorol. Mae'r adroddiad yma yn dangos bod yna rhagor o waith i wneud. Felly gadewch ni gadw'r ffocws ar hynny. Ac dyn ni'n gobeithio fydd y ffordd dyn ni'n gweithio yn golygu bod modd i ni weithio mwy effeithiol ac effeithlon yn ogystal, wrth gwrs, wrth gyflawni gwasanaethau. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad? Archog, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Dyn ni'n cael toriad rwan am ginio yn byr. Mae hi'n 23 munud wedi 1. Nawn ni ddod ynghyd eto am chwarter i 2, os gwelwch yn dda. Gobeithio fod hynny'n ddigon. So, restart quarter to 2. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Nawn ni weld chi chwarter i 2. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Nawn da eto a chroeso nôl i gyfarfod Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr. Dyn ni yn parhau gyda'n rhaglen nawr yma. Mae gennym ni chydig o eitemau eto i'w trafod ac dyn ni yn yr adran llywodraethu risg a sicrwydd ac eitem 4.1 ydy'r adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd y pwyllgor archwilio. Dwi'n troi at Karen i gyflwyno i adroddiad hi. Ysgolch yna, Karen. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. I'll be quick and hopefully try and make up some time of it. I'll take the paper as read. And the key things that we factored in on the June meeting on the 24th was the taking of the annual financial statements and the annual report, which subsequently went to board on the 26th of June. The primary thing from the meeting is that we have referred some actions up to the PPHP committee around pool budgets and partnerships. And any questions?
Diolch yn iawn. Karen, unrhyw gwestiwn o sylw gan unrhyw un ar y adroddiad yna? Os nad oes yna, gawn ni ddiolch i Karen wrth gyflwyn ar adroddiad yna am tro ola, a diolch am waith y pwyllgor. Ymlaen i'r eitem 4.2, adroddiad llywodraethu corfforaethol, a dwi'n troi at Pam. Sgwrs na, Pam.
Diolch yn fawr. The report is self-explanatory. I'm happy to take any questions from board members. The recommendations are within the report. Just as a matter of update within the legal update, you'll see the outcome from the EMIRTS decision. We've subsequently been advised this week that the appeal has not been granted by the courts. I'll send a detailed update just to the board. So I just wanted to give that oral update because it just came in literally 48 hours ago. And the other element I just really wanted to draw to attention to the board is Carol is the health board representative on the joint commissioning committee, and at that committee they recently reviewed their scheme of delegation, which is included in the supporting pack. Very minor changes, and that subject to board approval, that will be appended to the health board standing orders. I've not put them in the main pack just because of they're very weighty. And then you'll see a matter in terms of the All Wales individual patient funding policy that was also considered at the joint committee. But following on from that, directors of corporate governance have been advised there's still a bit more work that needs to be done on that. So I'm not asking the board to approve that today, but simply to note that I'm happy to take any questions. And you've got the further details in the supporting pack. And please invite the board to approve the recommendations. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, Pam. Diolch yn y gwaith. Unrhyw gwestiynau gan unrhyw un rhian gynta?
Just a very small point. When you sit on 3 or 4 committees, and you're doing self-assessment. I mean, I think that's a really good thing. I can't remember whether I've done that one or do you know what I mean? Is there any way of, I ask, have I done this? Have I submitted this one? Oh, well, I don't know because it doesn't,
No.
you haven't have
Anonymous.
oversight of it. It goes into this ether place that deals with things.
Yeah, doesn't go to the ether. We know who it completed, and we'll check on that.
I do think that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Because I think it gives valuable feedback,
Yeah, yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say we've been presenting the results on the assessments to individual committees. And my intention, Chair, was that in September I'll bring the collective information back because it aligns back with the board self-assessments, and it also helps in terms of any areas of movement which we can factor into the governance improvement plan, which we've included as part of an IMT deliverable in Q2. So
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn arall? Unrhyw sylw ar y adroddiad? Os nad oes, di pawb yn hapus i dderbyn yr adroddiad a'i gymrydwyo a nodi y materion sydd wedi amlinellu yn yr adroddiad, gan gynnwys cymrydwyo weithrediad y cadeirydd, hefyd y rhestr o glinigwyr o dan adran 12 ar draws Cymru, ac hefyd y trawsffurfio gwasanaeth a'r ymgysylltu gyda bwrdd iechyd hywel dda ar y gwaith yna. Pawb yn hapus i gymrydwyo hynny i gyd yn y adroddiad, gwelwch yn dda. Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen, eitem 4.3, y gofrestr risgiau corfforaethol. Ac unwaith eto troi at pam ar hwn. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. So this is the corporate risk register which is included in the supporting pack. If the board and committee members will be aware, we've been considering the risks at the last iteration of committee cycles. The lead execs will be able to provide any responses to specific risks if there's any questions, but I just really wanted to illustrate, I think we've been having some discussions at the board and at committees around the I suppose the size of the corporate risk register, the actions, are they smart enough, are they strategic enough, and what's as Carol always say, parallel lines are not always good in a corporate risk register. So part of we had a start of a bit of a workshop as an exec team in July. We're going to have another couple of hours in terms of that, really refining some of that. And I think the approach we are proposing to take is for each of the strategic risks, we'll have sort of the top 5 areas of action which will address the gaps in assurance and controls, so they're really much more sharper and specific, and we will obviously have the plans to have the session on risk appetite. I had planned for August, but we'll have a conversation given the discussion we had yesterday. So I think it was to plan to bring that to an informal session as we work forward. So I think good progress. It's in a different place probably than it has, but you know, it continues to progress, but we really now this year need to really focus on, or are all those risks strategic in nature? And actually myself and Tamina have had some conversations around what risks would fall into the an operational risk register, which she would manage through her operational leadership team and in terms of some of the escalations. So I think as we work through some of that, but I wanted to bring it just as the full risk register, noting it's been through some committees as we work through some of that. There will, I think it was possibly the Performance Finance Committee, Gareth, I think it was a bit of a timing issue where the actions in terms of planned care hadn't been updated. So Tamina has since updated some of those, but we agree that it needs a bit of a total reshape in terms of what the gaps of controls are and how does it align to what we've heard today in the care item, but also in terms of the major programme for planned care. So I'll stop there and take any questions, and I'm sure my colleagues will be able to respond to any specific issues on the risks.
Reit. Diolch yn iawn. Wrtha cynta, wedyn Claire.
Diolch yn fawr. Sorry, I noticed on the list, it's quite obvious really just looking at it that most of the risks identified sit with the Chief Operating Officer, which is a huge responsibility. And I'm fully aware we're losing Steve Powell very soon. So I'm just double checking, because performance sits there, that team A has got enough bodies to support the work going forward. And B, you know, swift recruitment for replacing Steve Powell. So I don't know if anybody's got any information or comments to make.
Okay, so we can respond to that. Just bring Claire in first, if you don't mind, Tamina, and then you can respond. Yeah.
So I'll start with an apology, because good risk management does mean it's really current, and as soon as something changes, you update the risk scores. So it's really good to see that's happened, but that is the cause of one of my questions now. And it's around vascular. Maybe it's a question for 3, but it was to understand. I'd felt that we were on a really good improvement trajectory around vascular services, quality, safety, etc. So to see that at the moment we're thinking the likelihood of some challenges in that service has increased from 4 to 5, it would be interesting to understand why. It says lack of medical staff, but I don't really understand what that means. So, but actually I am pleased to see that it's becoming dynamic, and we are changing scores between meetings as and when things change, because that's exactly how it should be. So
Okay, so Tamina, if you want to respond to the first, I'll bring Carol and Shri in with some other matters too.
Yes, thank you. I suppose it's partly because there's quite large areas of the INTP delivery, which I think quite rightly sit with me, because it's been delivered through the operational and clinical services. I think from an executive position, that doesn't mean that I'm solely responsible for sorting things out, but if it's something important, it's kind of the lead. So I do work closely with Shri and Angela, for example, around where the quality and safety concerns are. Similarly with George and her team, where it's around some of the operational workforce, etc. So I think there is a sort of a team approach to it, but I think it's absolutely right. You have an exec director who holds that responsibility. Just to pick up a bit more on what Pam was saying, there's something for me about me getting my internal escalation and risk management. I think there are some areas in my services where they do that extremely well. Others maybe less so, and I think really using my operational leadership in a different way. So we're looking at risk, and we've got a proper escalation process. And it may well be that some of those will just sit in my operational risk register. They'll only be escalated to the corporate risk register if I'm not able to contain them at a reasonable level, or where it's a significant risk across the health board and actually sitting at a different level. So I think that's conversations to have. I will be moving to a position where a risk won't just be generated because we don't have a risk in that area, but the risk has been generated because there is an issue that we need to be able to manage. And having said that, there is a difference between a risk and an issue. So it's making sure that the risk register holds risks and issues are about the here and now and how we manage things that have happened or definitely will happen. And it's quite a nice segue into the EPRR session a little bit later that I think Sharon's going to support in terms of how we use business continuity to manage things that are here and now. I shouldn't say this, should I? I love risk management. It's sort of my background. We kind of get.
Well, we'll get the select few of you in a room with some cake. But just on the matter of Steve, we know he's in the role around performance, and he will be leaving and indeed retiring the end of September. But I think wisely, you as chief exec are going to consider what is the role, what's the future, but we will then go out to recruit it in the normal way. But it's an opportunity to reflect, isn't it? Yeah. So it will come to REMCOM in terms of the process and everything. And the vascular, then there was Claire hinted that the risk seems to have increased, and I know there was a report to QSE, if I'm correct, Caroline, which I did read. So Shri.
Yeah. So the way to address vascular is quite complex. It's one of those services which have got two arms to the service. One is the emergency side, and other is the normal routine side. The emergency side, as we know, that we continue to send the patients to Stoke-on-Trent, and we monitor the quality. The risk sits with us, though.
Yes,
They are
yes.
our patients, so we monitor the risk. We have got a governance arrangements with the Stoke-on-Trent, which we regularly monitor. But conversely, the way it happens is that because the staff and all are focused at the emergency side at the moment, the routine services, the staff within the recruitment and the culture within the internal department, after a long time, is continuing to cause us a lot of issues within that, which causes increase in the waiting list. We're talking about the in-use, the procedures of limited clinical significance. So there have been some issues that we need to work closely with other agents. So I think it's the partnership, collaboration, and it's taking longer than what we think it would normally take. So I think that's where the gaps are in there. But the key bit is here in the vascular services. It's like we've already discussed so many services now. Vascular, urology, these are all the services that are, we have to look at it in a more strategic view. I think Carol will answer more strategic view as to about the sustainability of these services within this. And the longer we kind of take, I think it is important that the longer we kind of hold this risk with us, it will continue to increase. The nature of these services are, I think it may well be that we need to find a solution how we need to manage this on a longer term. So sustainability is the key issue in this. And I think that is where we need to focus on. Anything else?
Let's just that question about the sustainability of services.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a comment on that?
Yeah, two comments if I may. Sustainability of services is an issue across the UK, and changing the shape of service provision is really key. Been in the NHS a long time. I'm looking around the table. A couple of us have been here decades, you know, so we know that over those decades, practice changes and we need to reshape services. In this health board, this has been lacking for some time, probably because the organisation's been under such a day-to-day sort of pressure, really. So, and that's why, you know, Paolo is offering leadership in this space about strategy, clinical services plan, and we've got a whole host of clinicians now chomping at the bit to say, yeah, let's get stuck into this. If we don't, we can inadvertently cause a bit of sort of a sense of, well, where's the service going? Is it a service that's building? And is it one that I want to join? And so I think that's a bit of an undercurrent, not just with vascular, but with other services. We discussed gastroenterology earlier. So people want to join a service that has got a clear direction and is developing, maybe research, training opportunities, all sorts of things. So one of the issues, and we discussed this risk, and this is why I want the exec team to get underneath these risks a little bit more, to really test out, well, and what's the consequence of this, and what are we doing, and is it an issue or a risk? Because whilst it's good to have sensitive risk management, some of this is in the normal day-to-day as well, of managing, you know, peaks and flows. But there was a specific issue, Shri, wasn't there, about trainees coming through and thinking that this is a service that has got a very clear direction. So that's really where we're heading. What I would say, because we've discussed vascular lots of times here, is the arrangements with our partners are working really well.
Yes. Yeah.
Just catching up with colleagues a few weeks ago, this inter-health board working is probably something we really need to focus on, because we will have other specialties where perhaps we should provide part of the pathway and others should provide others. And in fact, we've had a long history of that. If we think about, you know, Alderhay and our colleagues in the northwest of England. So it's not a completely unusual circumstance. I think we've got greater sort of sight and sensitivity around risk management in the organisation. So we'll cope with these things as we go through, Claire.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Cwestiwn? Caroline?
Yeah, just a comment really. Yeah, we asked a few months ago for specific risks on each of the challenge services, and I think this discussion sort of demonstrates the value of that, because before we had one risk for challenge services and we weren't able to see the variety of risks within that in different challenge services. So because we've had this important discussion and brought these issues to the attention of the board, you know, it's shown the value for me of separating those out.
And we're going to have a look at that, Caroline, just because what it's done, as you can see, is it exploded the corporate risk register. We should not have the number of risks at the corporate level, which is why Tamina's intervention earlier was really helpful, because what's in that operational space and what do we think we've got a plan of managing, and what do we not have a plan of managing, unless something very big or different takes place. So, great.
Okay, thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiwn arall? Unrhyw sylw arall ar y adroddiad yna? Os nad oes, pawb yn hapus i gymryd drwy y adroddiad? Diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen item nesa, 4.4, adroddiad sicrwydd y cadeirydd cynllunio iechyd y boblogaeth a partneriaethau, which is the longest title on any committee, Claire. So this is your report, and then we will move on to the next report. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch. I just wanted to highlight two things that aren't covered elsewhere in the agenda. And the first one is around the diabetes work that the public health team and others have been leading on. And I think what really came to light for the committee was what a critical issue this is for us as a whole North Wales population to be able to address over the next few years. That there's effectively I don't like to use a dramatic phrase, but a potential time bomb really, in terms of if the increases in diabetes continue at the same rate, and if we do nothing, the projections show that we will be dealing with demands that we'll find it very, very difficult to meet as a population and as a health board. And I think what was really interesting for us was developing a deeper understanding as a committee about the importance of addressing obesity as being the key factor in reducing the risk of people gaining diabetes, but also then the link to, if we can really be on top of healthy weight for people across our population, the risks that reduces from many other diseases as well, things like heart disease and other things too. So it felt like, in terms of the PPH committee, this needs to be, and the health board itself, one of our biggest priorities in terms of health improvement, health inequalities. But of course, critically, the work to support our population to live healthier doesn't just rest with the health board. In fact, most of the work this rests with our partner organisations across the region. So we'll need to think really closely and carefully about how we work effectively with partners, which links really nicely to the second thing I wanted to reference, which was the Well North Wales work. So we received an update paper. I think the last time the board had a paper on this was last September. And the paper described to us the journey that's been undertaken over the last 12 months to develop a route map for the future around Well North Wales. It talked about the engagement that's happened across the region. There was a view that we need to do more of it. We've still been working with a fairly small group of people, but with good representation across a whole range of different organisations. So a task and finish group had been in place, and the paper had been to the exec committee, I think, before it came to PPHP. And the paper was going to be then taken through to the regional partnership board, because again, that from a governance perspective is absolutely the right place for there to be ownership of this across the whole region, with our partners in local government and in other organisations that are going to be critical to taking that programme of work forward. I didn't know, Jane, whether there was anything you wanted to say, because I think the papers say they did approve it on the 11th. It was just after the committee. But is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, so this has now been discussed at the leadership group, which bring together directors from the health board and directors of social care, and it's also had a really good session at the regional partnership board. Really positive about it, want to take this forward. There's a lot of debate. We probably want to talk, we try to find a word that's doesn't sound as negative as because it means different things to different people, but a real commitment to it. The outcome of that was that there is a desire to use the same methodology that's been used for developing they wanted a concrete programme. This is stuff we are going to do in North Wales. together. So they wanted a concrete outcome to this that actually was about what we're going to do. So the approach that's being agreed is that we are going to take a similar approach to that's being used for actually getting to the space that the children's RPB, with 3 very clear areas of focus and very practical things sitting under those that are actually across partners. What are we going to try and do? So there is going to be a scoping group involving partners and broader than just the people who sit on the RPB, because we recognise that. And there is going to be a discovery event, very much like the neurodiversity one, which brought together people from a whole range of perspectives to actually come up with a very concrete proposal. So we think this will sit very nicely in that sort of framework around shift to prevention, the health board, shift to prevention across the whole system, but in a way that is actually orientated to, we're going to deliver something concrete out of this that will link to both the priorities that already exist in the RPB and the priorities that sit within other organisations as well.
Iawn. That's Claire. No. Diolch yn iawn. Claire, unrhyw gwestiwn sylw pellach i'r adroddiad? Claire, Elsa?
Diolch yn fawr. It was obviously really interesting reading, and my understanding of it, there's a big focus on pulling partners together to work differently with a clearer objective. I just had one question. It depends on just on partnership work, you know, is there an element of finance impact as well? Is it going to cost us money, or who will it cost money to change the way we work like this?
This is where I'm really delighted to be a board member, because I feel I need to really deflect that question. But in principle, I agree with you that there will need to be investment in this.
Yes.
It isn't just about
inevitably
all agreeing to work collaboratively,
Yeah.
but perhaps either Carol or Jane might like to respond.
Yeah, there is something about what we all bring to the table, and and in a very equal way, if I can put it like that. So how does that work in real terms then?
So I think there's a couple of things on that really good question. And Claire helped us with the answer, I think, which is not all of health sits with the NHS.
No.
And so when I think about obesity, Jane, I know it would be your specialist subject, and you can take us through all of the evidence, but you know, some of the what I call big P policy about, well, where are fast food outlets? How do we support people to have an income that they can, you know, buy high quality food, etc. Some of that stuff is not completely in our direct gift. So that's the sort of work that perhaps can operate a little bit more in that partnership space. For the NHS, the challenge will be, how do we move resources that are currently tied up in dealing with the impacts of illness to actually supporting people to prevent it. So that's our bit of the challenge. But that's the other part of the challenge, Jane, I guess, is getting those other partners to think about what can they bring. They may not have bags of cash, but they have the way to set policy and those sorts of things.
And it was a very hard-edged conversation, which says we need to be able to do this with the resources that are available. Now, there may be ways of bringing in resources, but we've got to have those hard-edged discussions. But I also want to be clear, this is not a health board initiative.
No.
Public health is providing the support to it because of our expertise around these issues, but it is very much being led by people across the regional partnership board.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn. Rwy'n arall, dwi'n sylw, os nad oes, con i ddiolch mawr iawn i Claire a'r pwyllgor am y gwaith yna, a dyn ni'n edrych mlaen at weld cynnydd yn sicr gyda'r rhaglen yna, a gweld y gwahaniaeth dyn ni'n neud i bywydau pob dydd pobl. Ymlaen, felly, o dderbyn yr adroddiad yna, adroddiad nesa ydy'r adroddiad blynyddol ymateb ac wydnwch parodrwydd am argyfwng eitem 4.6, a dwi'n droi at Jane i gyflwyno'r eitem yma, please.
Okay, so this is a requirement under the Civil Contingencies Act, as we are what's called a first responder, which means we have a statutory responsible along with other emergency like the police, the fire service, ambulance, etc. In case of a incident or major issue. So this is a report saying what we have been doing in the last 12 months. It's been a very active 12 months. And I would like to thank Sharon, who is now our head of EPRR, and the team that she's had in place since February, because this has been a huge amount of work. And this is one of those things where I feel we've gone a huge way up the mountain, but as you'll see from the report, there's still a long way to go. But our focus is really around getting some of the basics. Tamina's touched on the business continuity. We are also looking at some key areas around chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, making sure our plans and actually our capability is right if we did have an incident that we could respond. We are also looking, and we'll be doing more work post a big 4-nation exercise in the autumn, which is going to look and model what would happen in another pandemic situation and how we'd respond. And we continue to look at the issues around cyber threats as a key issue, because it's the #1 threat, not just in this sector, but across the UK.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn, unrhyw sylw? Gareth?
Yeah, I just got one, which was, I mean, well, just a general comment to say, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's great that there obviously has been a lot of progress. Well, it's quite alarming that clearly there was a sort of period when we didn't really have our ducks in anything like a row. But there was just one particular point, which was, it says, I think on page 4, that as there are no Welsh core standards, we are using the English approach to benchmark what we do. Do other Welsh health boards do that as well? Because they need, I mean, obviously it's really important with us that we've got consistency with what happens just over the border, because we are so integrated with the Northwest. But we also need to make sure that we've got a common approach with the other Welsh health
I'll get
boards.
to the general, and I'm going to hand over to Sharon so she can take
Thank you.
the plaudits for this, because actually our approach has been taken to the All Wales level and discussed across the health boards, because it's seen. So the answer is no, there aren't. One of the recommendations from the COVID inquiry is that there should be. So there is work going on in Wales, but it's not due to report to 2027. We think it's likely to be superseded by the recommendation on the COVID inquiry that there is a single set of standards across the 4 nations. So it seems a fair bet to take the English ones and use them, and they are very good standards if you're in a situation like you want, where we are as a health board, where you want to make sure that you are really assessing all the elements that make up a good EPRR response as an organisation.
I'll bring Carolyn first. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just to agree with Gareth. You know, when I came here, we saw some real gaps actually, which is why it was very clearly put into the annual plan as a priority area, and a huge amount of progress has been made, which is really excellent. But I'm just going to correct Jane, and I need perhaps declare my interest now, because in my previous role in House, we used the English standards as well. So they provide a really good framework, and Jane's absolutely right. You want to be able to learn from the network across the UK.
Favour of that.
So, I think we're all for that. And of course, it has received such a more prominent sort of attention, given some of the really big events, you know, the Manchester Arena inquiry and, you know, COVID, etc. So I will be able to sleep easier at night knowing that we've made some significant progress here.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw cwestiwn neu sylw arall? No? Anything else to add, G?
No, as I'd say, the approach we have taken though has been taken as an example of good practice and discussed across all the health boards, and some of them are looking to adopt what we've done.
That's good. Yeah, that's good, and thank you very much for all the work involved in that. Pam yn hapus I ni dderbyn yr adroddiad a'i gymrydwyo, os gwelwch yn dda. Ia, diolch yn iawn. Mlaen at adran nesa, 5.1 wybodaeth ac yn unol ar arfer mae yna adroddiadau gan gadeiryddio'n pwyllgorau ac grwpiau cynghori ac dwi am roi cyfle i unrhyw gadeirydd sydd eisiau nodi rhywbeth sydd mewn adroddiad fel arall mae'r adroddiadau yna wybodaeth. Unrhyw un o'r cadeiryddion dwi'n edrych o gwmpas. Mae gofn pam rhywbeth sydd dweud am y adroddiad.
Just on the remuneration report, you will note within the report, there's a requirement for the board to approve the appointment of the interim director of people as a voting board member. That's required under the matters reserved for the board. So just wanted just to draw attention to that and ask the board to approve that. It's a board post. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
And with that, then, are we happy to approve that? Pawb yn hapus I gymrydwyo yna? Yep. Unrhyw un yn angytuno? Na. Diolch yn fawr. Unrhyw gwestiwn gan unrhyw un? Na. Chris.
Give me, Chair. It's one very small point. It's in the exec committee report. It's just to bang the drum around legal services and the legal instructions, the need for them to be streamlined and make sure that people are going through the proper processes. From experience, there's a surprising amount of money spent when people go off and do their own thing. So really glad to see that's being looked at and also streamlined into what I'm sure will be a very efficient new legal function under the steerage of Pam et al.
Yes, good point, Pam.
So we have our first quarterly legal report, Chris, which you'll be pleased to hear, which we're taking to our exec committee next week, and it's on the agenda for the next PFIG meeting. And just to thank Chris for his support in some of the work that's led us to this. So diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus, felly I dderbyn yr adroddiadau yna, diolch i'r cadeiryddion a'r pwyllgorau am y gwaith. Iep, pawb yn hapus, mae hynna'n dod ar cyfarfod I ben, just chydig o amser I ni fyfyrio ar sut mae'r cyfarfod wedi mynd mewn munud, ond dwi eisiau hefyd nodi, if I'm correct, Shri, this is your last official board meeting. We will have an opportunity to farewell with you in informal board before you depart in September. But as this is the last official board meeting, I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for your contribution and everything you've done in your time here. And we really wish you well for the future. We'll have an opportunity to say more over the next few weeks, I'm sure. Ond diolch fawr iawn. Diolch. Ac felly, sorry, Karen?
Yeah, I just wanted to get through the procedures today, but I just wanted to extend my thanks for my 2 years here to everybody, old, new. Everyone's been so friendly, so supportive on this journey, and hopefully together, Betsy's going to be the best health board in the whole of Wales. But I'd like the exec team to pass on my gratitude to the people who've helped support the audit committee in particularly, and the time spent on the papers and the hard work that's gone in. And in particular to Laura, and my fellow colleagues and board members who have helped me on that journey as audit committee chair. So but we were remiss not to formally note that. And thank you for the indulging me, Chair.
No, thank you. Well, I did wonder if you wanted to say something earlier, but as you say, we've come to the end of the meeting now. So again, just to repeat our thanks, and we wish you well in the future. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Reit, unrhyw un efo sylwadau ynglŷn â'r cyfarfod, be allwn ni wneud yn well, be dyn ni angen mwy ohono fo, be dyn ni angen llai ohono fo. Unrhyw un efo rhywbeth I ddweud, dyn ni wedi cael dipyn o heriau heddiw rhwng y technoleg, ffenestr, chydig bach angytuno hefyd. On we don't have them.
No.
Yeah, rhywbeth I ddweud.
It's just the same point that the acoustics are rubbish and
Yeah.
it is very difficult depending on where you're sitting to hear certain individuals within
Yes.
the room. And there must be a technical solution, but we don't
Yeah.
seem to make any progress and I don't know if we're trying.
Well, yes, I think we have got one or two ideas in mind, and we are looking at some venues that may help have got the technology. Some places such as local authorities are set up much better than we are as health board. So but the auditorium isn't always set up as we want. So we are thinking of one or two places fairly local as well, and looking at some of the teams. So it's on what Pam calls the long list, I think. So but thanks for that comment. Important that we can all communicate and hear. So yeah. Rhywun arall rhywbeth I ddweud am be allan ni wneud yn well? No, everybody. Ursa.
So just one comment. I mean, I felt there were some good discussions here today, and I really appreciate the increased focus on performance. And just to say, I'm really looking forward to what comes next with that space. It's,
Yes.
that's obviously where we need to be putting
Yes.
our feet next. So
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. No, really important point. Rhywun arall? No, pawb yn hapus. Ardderchog. Reit. Nawn ni ddod â'r cyfarfod I ben. Mae yn dechrau mynd yn boeth yma eto. A felly, diolch I bawb am eu cyfraniadau heddiw. Ga I ddiolch I Bethan am y gwaith cyfieithu. Diolch I Philippa a Laura a Pam a'r tîm I gyd am sicrhau bod ni'n cynnal y cyfarfod yn effeithiol. Ac diolch I chi gyd am eich cyfraniadau. Mae yna nifer o faterion pwysig wedi trafod gyda ni sydd gobeithio yn mynd I fod y gymorth I ni wella y cynnig sydd gyda ni ar gyfer ein poblogaeth. Dyna ydy'r rheswm dyn ni yma ar ddiwedd y dydd. Felly diolch I chi gyd am eich cyfraniadau ac dwi'n gwybod bydd rhai o'n chi yn mynd I ffwrdd, rhai o'n chi wedi bod I ffwrdd. Mwynhewch y gwyliau os ydych chi yn mynd rhywle am gyfnod. Dyna ddod â'r cyfarfod I ben. Mae'r cyfarfod nesaf o'r bwrdd ar Medi 25. Dwi ddim yn hollol siŵr os dyn ni fan hyn neu dyn ni mewn lleoliad arall, ond bydd y wybodaeth ar ein gwefan beth bynnag. Mi fyddwn ni rhywle yng Ngogledd Cymru beth bynnag. Gallai warantu chi o hynny. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn. Dyna ddod â'r cyfarfod I ben.